the key difference between Joe and Mouse is that Mouse is so punctual with the streams. That's what Boulder was thinking in the shower just a few minutes ago.
It's true. It's true. Yeah, it's true.
Then I got out of the shower and realized the stream wasn't going and went, damn, I guess I'll have to post about being disappointed in Twitch chat. Huh? It sounds like you've had a busy day, Boulder. Right. I'm going to do announcements.
Is fishing meant to be there?
Yep. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we fish on the intro screen now. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for the sub, and Passant. The fishing adds soul. That's right. Should we leave it up for the whole, yeah, there's a fish.
On the stream.
Should we leave it up for the whole stream?
Fish.
Happy Sekimeiya barrels. Happy Sekimeiya barrels to you, too. You bought Frenchel Fantasy after my streams? Congratulations. Are you enjoying it? How do you even capture that? Does window capture genuinely copy the Windows transparency too? I messaged Rodney and he pointed out that on game capture, there is a capture transparency option that works sometimes, and it worked in this case. Thank you for the resub, Velvet Milfman, too. It's freaking me out to see 3 months on the list. How do I feel about them patching the game for a smoother reading experience, aka reducing the 12 hours? I am glad that Godot got to get a pass at the text that he wanted to do that it sounds like he may not have had a chance to do before. How about that? Do I feel directly responsible? I'm not answering that question. How about that 100-line defense? Okay, before we start reading, I wanted to issue an apology to the 100-line defense fans who I may have inadvertently hurt earlier in Jazz when I said every single thing I see about 100-line defense makes me care about it less. When I said the writing is so bad.
They don't deserve that.
I didn't mean
Oh, wow.
to cast judgment upon everybody reading it. I think it's okay. And as restitution, I would like to offer you the same information that I offered the people in my Discord, which is that I think it's really fine to like things even if the writing isn't up to some random person online's quality level. For example, one of my favorite Otome novels for the Nintendo Switch is called Pio Fiore, which I've mentioned before, and it revolves around dating serial killers and the anime Italian mafia, and is written absolutely terribly. So I think it's fine. Cross it off the bingo? Oh my god. You saw Walrus.
I meant they don't deserve the apology.
They don't deserve the apology? Okay.
They don't deserve the apology, yeah.
Okay.
What's the serial killer game? Sounds great.
It's called Pio Fiore.
Dating.
You were gone until now. Are we talking about Homestuck? No, I'm not apologizing to the Homestuck fans. This is how I get them to date boys. That's true. Oh, actually, Joe, can I send you a picture of the serial killer guy?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. Where did I post this? You know what?
Psychiatric prison romance, serial killer anime boys dating sim on the Switch. This is not it.
No, it's called Pio Fiore. Here, let me show you this, man. See what you think about this. Let's see what you think about this.
Where's it being sent?
I'm gonna send you several pictures of a man in direct messages. Okay.
Okay.
Where's the
usual Sunday night then?
Yeah.
So, okay.
All right. What do you think? It's spelled the way that it's spelled like this. There you go. What do you think? How's the number looking?
He's okay.
He's okay?
He's okay.
He's okay.
He's okay.
All right. Show the pic. I don't know if that's a good idea. Show pic. These men look gormless. What do you mean they look gormless?
Aren't they supposed to be, though?
All right, well... Here's the man. I love so much the corner pond is still over it. Here's the man. Tell them about the blondie. That would be spoilers. The current poll for the man, gorm or no gorm. What does that even mean?
Can chat hear me eating, by the way? Because I should mute my microphone if they can hear me.
I don't think so. I can't hear you.
Okay.
Lags gorm. Have you checked he's not a eunuch? There were multiple scenes in the story that would definitely prove that he is not a eunuch. Yeah.
Whoa.
Why is he holding a spoon? Because he's going to feed her. Thanks for asking.
How many people in chat would like to be fed by a gormless man?
When it comes to Otome, I'm a gourmet, the chronically food showed. I hate that I understood that message. Have I heard of touch starved? I've been feeling that way for 7 years. Anyway.
You're lucky I had pizza in my mouth when you okay.
By the way, by a simple word search, the patch cut a full 6 instances of the words 12 hours in the first chapter. Thank you, Godot. Everybody say thank you, Godot.
Thank you, Godot.
All right. You just joined. Why was there Genshin? All right. Here it is. Do you need more time to eat before we read?
No, I'm good to go whenever. I'm good.
I'm good to go whenever. Can we start from the beginning to see the edits? No, we're not going to start from the beginning again. Does Sai have Gorm? I don't think so. I think if Yang is Gormless, then Sai is definitely Gormless. Okay. Let's go. Oh, we went to exactly 5 hours. That's impressive.
I'm good to go whenever. Man, audibly still eating. You told me you couldn't hear it.
Well, we can't hear the sounds of you eating, but we can tell when you talk that you're eating.
Oh.
I thought you were asking about the sounds of your eating. Okay, yeah. So as Godot and Boulder have alluded to in the chat, there was an editing pass. Godot touched about 20% of lines. It's an attempt at doing a pass to clean up. So if the VN looks different from when you read it before, that's because it is. You're not imagining it. I caught up on this VOD this morning. How much of this story is going to be setting up a similar premise as of other mystery VNs, spending 20 minutes theorizing, then going, well, actually, I have a watch on. Probably at least a little of it. The To Mineko video where Joe makes the same jokes 4 years apart was so funny. We should start from the beginning again. We can't. They edited out the part we made jokes about. It is impossible to do it. My lawyer has advised me to not say whether the stream led to an official edit or not.
Excuse me. 4 years, yep. It was 4 years.
Yeah, it was 4 years, yeah.
4 years. Whole ass day.
He switched to Sekimeiya Pro. Has a much better translation. I'm sorry.
Who is doing first narration?
Sai Big Naturals. Do you want me to do it since you're eating?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. All right. Touch Starved is a gothic horror romance fan. I figure. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was making a bad joke. Yeah. I have not heard of it. I'll check it out. Okay. All right. Here we go. The rooms, I could feel my head getting cloudy. The tiredness was coming back, so I tried to cool off. The room's inspection finished without anything missing. Once again, we silently moved on to the next one. After not talking for 2 weeks, my voice had easily come out in front of Sai, as I'd thought it was only Shiroya who I had difficulty talking to. After not talking for 2 weeks?
What?
I don't know. At the same time, the incident had given me something else to think about after so long. It was likely I was trying to fill my mind up with it, as I knew what would fill it otherwise. Isla didn't look tired of repeating the same procedure. She ran to the door, eagerly awaiting Kite. Right, so what we're doing right now is going through all of the rooms looking for Naomi or whatever.
Yeah, you know what? Maybe it's a good idea to like recap exactly what happens at the end of last stream.
Yeah, sorry. Uh you wanna try?
Yeah, so the story so far has been we are two people that have gone that might be a couple, but I think they're friends. I don't think they're a couple. They've come here to a museum to see this new gemstone that was found called the Sekimeiya, and it just so happens that it was found in an area where they used to play up in the mountains when they were kids in this like rural town that they live in. When they were about to see it, some black smoke appeared in a room, choking out everyone, and it was weird that our character had already experienced this smoke before, but it's never brought up that to the other people. And since then, they've woken up. The tour guide has gone missing. The Sekimeiya that was in the cabinet was presumed to be stolen, but it turns out it was still there, and it looks like an egg. It needs to be kept cold. How many people are in here? Is it 9? It's 8. 8. So
At
8
least
people
8.
Does that include Naomi?
I think so, right?
So there are 8 people in here. Naomi is missing. The other 7 are still around, and we don't trust the security guard because the security guard has been confirmed to be lying for some like weird technicality reason that their computer's screensaver would have turned on sooner than or later than if they were telling the truth, something like that. So we definitely know the security guard is lying, but we don't know why they're lying. They might just be bad at their job and trying to hide that they're incompetent. It might not be anything nefarious. And so far we're just searching the rooms to see if we can find Naomi or anyone else. And we are, let me see if I can get the names right. The main character that we haven't seen a picture of yet is Akataro, or is that Katai?
Atsuki.
It's not even either.
It's Katsuki. Yeah.
Okay, it's Katsuki. So Katsuki is who we are, and most of the story has been from their perspective. And who is the guy that's crazy, kind of like Nagito pilled? Is that Akataro, the guy who keeps coming up with the crazy theories? That's not Akataro.
That's Sai.
That's Sai.
Yeah.
Yes,
Akaro
so
is
Sai.
the guy who says fuck.
Yeah, and has been pretty quiet and suspiciously like non-verbal for most of it, and we don't know where he's going with his part of the story. Okay, all right.
And then
Do you want to add anything else, Mouse?
And then Shiroya is Katsuki's childhood friend. Irina is there too, and she has a daughter called Isla. So that's 7 people. And then Naomi is the tour guide who is missing. Is that 6, 7, something like that? Katsuki, Akaro, Sai, Irina, Isla, Kate, Sai, Shiroya, and Kate is the security guard. So that's probably 8 or something. I don't know.
Oh, and it's been heavily implied that Katsuki and Soyoya, if that's her name, just recently lost a close friend.
Shiroya, yeah.
And yeah, they died, or it's presumably died or was taken away, and they're in something close to mourning. Something like
and
that.
her name
Not
is
been confirmed
Mia.
yet.
Yeah, Mia. Okay, so here we are. And Jelly is the security guard outside. That's right. Isla didn't look tired of repeating the same procedure. She ran to the door, eagerly awaiting Kate. I'd noticed that every room had a specific theme. Before leaving, I'd glanced at the cabinets and seen a bunch of unimpressive white gemstones, much smaller in size than the Sekimeiya. Labeled A5, the last crystal room in the hallway was left before the storeroom. When Isla turned the knob, we expected to be met with the same scenes as the other rooms. We also unlocked the mini-map and put chat over it so that you can't see it anymore. But right now we're going room by room. So the big dot is where we are now, and then you can see the different places that we've been. So the event room is where all of the bullshit happened with the Sekimeiya. We ran out into hallway A. went to try the security room door in at the end of this hallway. Eventually got into the security room, had the blackout, and then we've been going down each of these rooms one by one to try to look for Naomi. When we get to the bathroom, I need to go. It might be a little while, it looks like, if we're going to do this.
You want to show the note system too? Because the note system's really cool.
Yeah, sure. So the note system, so this is the summary screen they were saying we could look at. Although I think that Joe's summary has way more soul, personally. But basically, this has each sort of chapter. This is a chapter, I guess. We're still in the same chapter. It's just a different section. We're still in chapter 1. It's Sumineko all over again. We have different sections for them. They have a little summary of what went on, who was in that section, and then we're able to take notes. So some notes that we took is that the Sekimeiya, the dragon egg, has to be kept cold, otherwise it hatches into a cool dragon and they could fly away, so they wouldn't be stuck for 12 hours. So it's very useful for solving the mystery. You can also search to see how many times they said fuck. 7. But this is actually cool because it lets 7 fucks. But it's actually cool because it lets you jump. If I clicked this, it would jump to the place in the story where it happened. So some pretty cool functions that a lot of VNs don't have. Okay. Can Joe also draw the sprites for characters? That would be cool, wouldn't it?
I can't draw. I can sing better than I can draw.
Should I swap it so chat is on the left side and the alerts pop up over the minimap? Or are we keeping it in hard mode by covering the minimap? What do we think?
You asking me or asking chat?
I'm asking chat. It doesn't matter to you. Move chat to the dead center. That gets in the way of the text then. You don't need to see the minimap? Okay. All right. Hard mode it is. Most of the text won't overlap the minimap. Yeah, that's why we put it here. Okay. All right. That's fine. All right. We're going into A5. Oh, shit. Oh.
This is Sai.
Yeah. The entire room was tinted black and it was shaped differently. The ceiling and 4 walls had been deprived of their color as a dry, dark coating had taken hold of them. Every cabinet was covered by a curtain, but instead of bright red, they were gray, black, and purple, colors that removed all of their elegance. It was the same appearance the hallways bore. We immediately understood the smoke had also gotten into the last room. We only found it a shocking sight because of what Kite previously told us. I see, this makes a lot of sense. What does? Didn't Kite say that the smoke hadn't been released in any other room? This is Arena. Instead of clarifying, Sai moved forward. He stained his hand black by grabbing the bottom of a curtain, and without any care, he raised it to show us the interior of the cabinet it was covering.
What? There isn't anything.
He did the same with every cabinet, and the result never differed.
I see. This is the room that was robbed. The gems found in the suitcase came from these cabinets. Yes, that has to be it. But the smoke.
Y'all remember what I said earlier, right? That this part of the plan didn't make a ton of sense. The gems were stolen without releasing smoke in their room, which implied that the smoke had another purpose. But it seems the smoke was released in this room too. Of course, that's required if they wanted to make it seem like those various gems were the target. The lens of the single camera was stained black, showing that we weren't being recorded. The green light had been buried under the same blackness, but it was still discernible. Kite told us the places where the smoke was released. Obviously, he wouldn't have said that if he hadn't been sure of it, so I believed him.
I'm sorry, I must have made a mistake.
No. I have no idea why you did that, but this settles it. This proves you weren't in the security room when the alarm went off. Sai glanced at me to let me know he'd been correct. I was probably the only person aside from Kite who knew what he was talking about.
What do you mean? Exactly, what are you talking about?
You didn't even suspect it? This is about the 5th thing that confirms it, but this one lets me bring it up openly. After all, it also rules out a few things I talked about with Katsuki.
Meow.
I more or less understood why Sai said that. Without inspecting every room, Kite felt confident in saying that only 3 different places had been hit with the smoke, but he'd been incorrect. That indicated he hadn't been behind the attack itself, since he wouldn't have made that mistake. It let Sai confront him, since he no longer believed he was confronting Zin, but a mere suspicious individual.
I don't know what you mean. How does this indicate in any way that I wasn't in the security room?
It's very simple. But let me ask first. Why did you say that only the hallways in the event room had smoke released in them?
I had a bit of time to inspect these rooms before I found Irina's group. Every room I entered was clean, so I simply assumed it was the case with all of them. I shouldn't have made such an assumption.
Alright, this proves it further. You were not in the security room.
Yep, he just made a mistake. He just fucked up.
You all get it too, right? Kate has said multiple times that during this time the smoke was released, he was locked inside the security room. He also claimed that he tried to monitor what the situation was on this floor by looking through the available cameras. Not only that, but he also said that he saw the smoke rising out of nowhere. I'm saying that if he really was looking through the cameras when the smoke appeared, he would have seen it being released here.
What? No, I was in a rush, so I never realized it.
I don't understand it at all. You were never in the security room, and you never inspected the first floor. So then why did you say that only 3 places had been hit by the smoke? Why were you certain you could say that, despite being wrong? That was the same question I'd been wondering. If Sai was right, Kate wouldn't have stated incorrect information he hadn't been able to verify, which meant he felt certain about the room's appearance without personally seeing it.
Your assumption is mistaken. I can explain what led to that assertion. When I was in the security room, most of the cameras from this floor were being displayed. It is true that I saw the smoke appearing out of nowhere, but at that time, this room's camera was not being shown. Usually monitoring the interior of a room isn't needed if another camera shows its door. Ooh. Then, I proceeded to look through all the other cameras while trying to determine what was happening. As you saw with your own eyes, some of them had been disabled. Because of the smoke, a black screen was all that I could see through them. So, all that this room's camera showed was a black screen. This means that I was unable to recognize that one of the disabled screens belonged to this room. Since both hallways possessed numerous cameras, I did not notice there were one too many black screens. Later, since I looked into most of the clean rooms, I wrongly assumed that they were all the same. He just had this prepared, huh?
Yeah, I guess so. We all thought about it. Did what Kate said make sense? If I'd been in their places, it's likely I would have believed it, but Sai and I had more reasons to think Kate had never been in the security room, and that he was fabricating another lie out of nowhere.
Are you really sure about this, Sai?
Absolutely. Now, answer me this. At first, you saw the smoke being released through some cameras. To assess the situation, you looked at all the remaining places on this floor, and this room wasn't initially being displayed.
Correct. That is why I never saw the smoke appearing here.
Alright, so then you switched the displayed cameras. This means that at some point you switched one of the cameras for this room. You're seriously saying that when you did that, you didn't realize the smoke had also been released here?
Oh, I see what you mean. That eventually I must have chosen to observe the live footage of this room by manually selecting his camera, and I would have noticed the black screen.
Yes.
Is that what he meant? It's understandable you'd think that, but no, that would have been slow and suboptimal given the situation. Do you remember earlier when I looked through the cameras while talking to Supero?
I don't know if any security guard ever anywhere is flipping through all of the cameras manually to check all of the different rooms in the place. My understanding of security guards is they just like put their feet up and eat donuts or something.
Yeah. Probably. It's there for insurance purposes only. The
Yeah.
program that manages them lets me replace the 9 cameras being displayed at once for the ones that come next on the list, so that's what I did. I was nervous and switched the cameras 9 at a time. I never consciously acknowledged that one of the new cameras belonged to this room. As I already said, I simply failed to recognize that there was an extra black screen. The crystal rooms all look very similar, so I didn't really miss this one.
The shape of this one is completely different though.
To tell you the truth, it all threw me off. The mere sight of the screens displaying nothing but black was disconcerting because they're equipped with night vision. I'd never seen them like that. I wasn't really thinking about the number of crystal rooms. They have night vision cameras, but what?
I don't know. Kate's explanation was unconvincing, but there was nothing Sai could use to object to it. At least not without the computer's sleep mode timer, which Sai didn't appear to be using for his argument. Kite hadn't addressed the event room either. If he'd seen the smoke appearing in the event room, it should have been a given that our group had been trapped in the tower, but that wasn't what he said when we met. It was unbelievable that the event room wouldn't have been displayed on such a special day. If it really hadn't been, it meant that Kite hadn't failed to notice one extra black camera, but two. And it was still very questionable that he'd stopped at Irina's group before ours. Everyone else looked dubious as well, but less so as they hadn't yet entertained that possibility. Not for a second do I believe anything that you're saying.
I apologize for not being more convincing. I understand why you might find what I'm telling you strange, but I promise all of you that I'm telling the truth.
So you switched all the cameras at once and for some reason assumed only 3 places had been exposed to the smoke.
Anyone else grooving? Holy shit.
Yeah, I am grooving.
Yes, I saw the smoke appearing in the hallways, which disabled multiple cameras. I mistakenly assumed all of them belonged to the hallways.
And after that, despite not having looked through every room, you claimed that the smoke hadn't been released anywhere else but in the 3 places we'd all personally observed.
Correct. I apologize for my mistake. It seems it led you to suspect something about me, but I repeat that it was all a mistake I made in a rush. Do we think that whatever forces that be that are doing the crime heard them say that why wasn't the room smoked with the gems too that were stolen, and then they released the smoke after the fact, like while we've been walking around? Do you think that's it's belated smoke?
It could be belated smoke, yeah.
You enjoying your pillow?
Let me be clear. I don't believe you, nor intend to do so. You're full of shit. However, I don't know why you told us that only those 3 places had been hit, and it's pissing me off. Do you remember when you said you'd left the lobby door open? Like Katsuki pointed out, it was opened after the smoke was released since almost none went through it. Still saying that's true?
Yes, of course.
Well, when you said that, I looked at the hallway A door. That one was properly closed.
And?
According to you, after you left the security room, you ended up where we were without going through the event room. If you'd done that, you would have gone through the lobby, so you should have opened both doors.
Which is what I did.
And why did you leave the hallway A door closed but not the other one?
Because the 3 of you were unconscious in hallway B, and I hurried to kneel beside you.
Sure, I imagined you'd say that. However, if you really opened that door, what I find most likely is that you didn't come from the security room and you never went through the other one. Maybe it was Naomi who opened it and you had to say you did it because of the movements you already claimed you made.
You're ridiculous.
Not wrong. Okay, but if you'd never looked at the cameras or entered the rooms, why the hell did you say something that could easily be wrong? Were you misinformed about the plan you took part in? That's what would be ridiculous.
Sigh. I already told you what happens. If you find it hard to believe, there's nothing else I can do.
There were a few seconds of silence during which nobody knew what to say. In the background, Isla ignored us and kept looking through the cabinets, hoping something had been left behind. Little loot goblin. Irina followed everything she did with her eyes, obviously unwilling to needlessly engage in the barrage Sai was firing off.
You know, it's possible you're right. It's possible that not noticing the extra black screen and the missing crystal room is too unlikely, even under the stress of not knowing what was happening. Okay, what are we doing? What if this room was clean at that time? It has already been a long time since I looked through the cameras. The smoke could have been released here afterward. Yeah, see? Exactly. Joe Tai over here. This wouldn't contradict anything, and it might make even more sense than what I first believed.
Quick lie revision? Are we supposed to listen to that? Ad hominem?
He's such a fucking Redditor. Well, I don't know why that would have been done, but you can't deny it just because you find it unlikely. Fuck you, I refuse to explain. I just need to prove that it could happen. It's not my burden. It could very well be that it happened after I left the security room. The rooms all look very similar, so maybe I did see this one when I looked through the cameras. Now I'm not sure. I don't know which of the 2 possibilities I'm presenting is the correct one.
What do you think Sai says at the grocery store when a product fails to scan? I think he says nothing, but his internal monologue stretches out for 10 minutes until they escort him out the door, probably. You know very well they're both incorrect, but yes, I can deny the second one.
How would you do that?
It has to do with something very important. Normally, I would have brought it up straight away. It makes this whole situation much easier to understand. Remember the 2 questions from earlier? Why were the gemstones stolen, and how were they brought outside before the alarm went off? I'm fairly sure the answers are, respectively, to make it seem like they were the goal of the attack, and because they were stolen before the time we thought. I mean, the curtains here were lowered when we entered. Most importantly, they were stained with the smoke. This means that during the time the smoke was released, the cabinets were covered. Believe it or not, even I noticed that. If someone stole the contents of these cabinets when the smoke was being released, as the Ashia family thinks right now, why would they have lowered the curtains again? No way they would have all fallen down by themselves. Y'all see what I'm saying, right? It would have been a pointless waste of time to lower them. After the smoke was released in this room, the curtains weren't moved. To put it simply, the gemstones that were once here were stolen before the smoke was released. This is why someone was able to bring them outside before the exit closed.
Wait, what? Why wouldn't they close it? Why wouldn't they lower the curtains just to so it looks like the room is as usual? Like someone glancing in, if the curtains were gone, they would notice they were stolen. It makes perfect sense to put them back. Huh. Wait, isn't that just confirming what Katai is saying? Also,
yeah, it is kind of confirming. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm starting to think that Sai is the mastermind and he's orchestrated this thing just to trap some people in here so they have to listen to his bullshit. This is the speculation is the point.
Redditor jigsaw. It all makes sense now.
I suppose that makes sense, but how did they do that?
You tell me. What's important is that they could have been stolen during the night. Then before the exit closed, they were brought out. By releasing the smoke here, too, they tried to make it look like the gems were stolen at a later time and that they were the actual target of the theft.
What you're saying makes sense, but I have a hard time visualizing how this plan works.
Me too. Why are you yapping about it? A very important thing we don't know yet is whether the alarm was taken into consideration. You said it was a top secret alarm, right?
Yes, I believe it's nearly impossible that Zin designed a plan with it in mind.
If so, that means the smoke here couldn't have been released after you left the security room. That would only have been done if they already knew the exit was getting locked down.
I believe you're right. If they didn't know about the alarm, they would not have staggered the smoke in this room. It would have been released everywhere at once.
Dude's Just Riffing Lamau has been a summary of 3/4 of the visual novel so far. Exactly. Can I say something? We're only assuming the gems here were stolen before the time of the attack because the curtains were down. That makes sense, but wouldn't they have thought of it?
That's true. If Zin didn't know about the alarm, they must have expected Ashir to rush in right away. They would only have seen these curtains, not that the gems were missing. That's what I said.
Yeah. After all, they only believe these random gems were the target because they don't have access to the tower. Isn't it as if the alarm is working positively for the culprit? Yeah, there's no way Zen would have ignored the curtains giving away the timing of the theft, right? Not if they didn't know about the alarm. If they did, and the intent was to simply let Ashia think what they think until the tower unlocks, it doesn't matter that we figured it out. After all, it's not like we can contact the outside to tell them, is it?
You're wrong. Then they would have had no reason to release the smoke here. Oh. Rare Akatara reaction?
Chat says I'm so fucking confused. So am I. I'm just reading along. I'm not sure. We did have the chance to talk to the police, but it happened before we came here. I'm saying this was done to trick Ashia into thinking the gems were the goal. However, I also think that the plan must somehow end by stealing the Sekimeiya, which will directly reveal that the gems were never the goal. It could definitely be that the smoke was released to trick us, the people who got trapped. It all depends on whether someone is trying to trick us. There were a few seconds of silence. Would Zin have put so much effort into deceiving us? It didn't sound likely, but it was true that we had a method to contact the outside and could have informed Ashia of every suspicious detail we'd noticed. It was strange because if the culprit had always been able to disable the communication method, there would have been no point in doing any of it.
Do you actually believe the alarm was considered?
Who knows? Who the fuck knows? Who knows? If the gems were stolen during the night through some method Zin are capable of, unknown method X, they'd leave the curtains lowered to prevent it from being noticed through the cameras and so that the visitors couldn't see them before 9:10.
I wasn't the guard on duty last night, so I can't help you with that. Convenient.
Well, they were forced to leave the cabinets covered, but doing so also indicates that the gems were stolen before the doors were open to the public. I don't know why. I've approached it from different angles, but I can't come up with something that makes sense. In some way, these gems must have only been a side part of the plan. Them getting stolen before the smoke was released is close to confirmation, but how everything pieces together is not as simple to figure out.
I apologize that I can't be of more help. I assume this is Zin's doing, but I don't know what they intend to do. I am equally clueless when it comes to how these gems could have been stolen before this morning. Sai, I know you don't believe much of what I say, but I have been honest from the beginning. I have just been trying to help and provide you with as much information as I can.
Is that so? While everyone stood still, Sai began to examine the room. Even though it looked drastically different from the others, only the illumination and shape varied. It was still a simple room that only contained cabinets. We're laughing because the CG is the same, chat. I don't think there's much to do here. Every cabinet is empty and the same kind of smoke was released, most likely at the same time as in the other places. We should move on. Yeah, let's get going. Isla seemed happy with that proposition as well. We all agreed and left quietly to avoid any more conflict.
I'm not eating now. Do you want me to take over narration?
Yeah, go for it.
Sorry about the food chat. Only the storeroom remained in hallway A. We tried to enter it together, but it was too narrow for all of us. It was a stretched out, dim room. While the name implied that its purpose was to store things, the amount of space didn't allow for much of that, but it only contained a few empty shelves. And it only contained a few empty shelves and a dusty couch that looked dangerous to sit in. Even the door was lower quality than the rest. This is a prison cell. What the fuck?
A little bit.
I exited the room as Akaro and Irina entered it. Sai seemed to be enjoying himself, considering different options in an attempt to, air quotes, win. If we parted from the assumption that there was a plan more complex than met the eye, I had something to consider. Dude thinks he's in an escape room? I don't understand. We had all assumed that the gems were stolen before the smoke was released since the curtains had been lowered. If anyone stole the gems after the attack, there was no reason to waste their time to lowering the curtains again. I can think of one. That's fine. Okay. However, that was a very simple indicator of the time the gems had been stolen, and one that would not have been overlooked. So what if the curtains had been lowered again precisely for that reason? To make us or anyone who looked at it to think that they had been stolen before the time of the attack. After all, anything else would have been a huge mistake. So
Rodney
true.
said, what's this 2000s racing game menu ass music? I disagree. This is the music that they play in the changing rooms at Abercrombie & Fitch. I'm having a great time. It's like shopping in high school.
I couldn't think of an immediate benefit, but deliberately misleading us about the time or reason behind an action was a potent move. Okay, why are they assuming that someone's trying to confuse them? Like, it's so, like, they've jumped to so many conclusions here about how, like, they think they're the target, and they're like in a, like, some weird kind of like psychological harassment campaign. Like, shouldn't they just be assuming that they've just been the bystanders of a crime? It's a weird thing to jump through.
Yeah, it means it feels like it's not that deep. Like, it feels like somebody, like, this is the thing too. They're like, oh, it's this giant plot to do that, and it's like, as far as I can tell, there's no reason to not believe that someone didn't just like go into that room and take the shit and leave and put all the curtains down on their way out in like the rush over everybody being distracted by the Sekimeiya or whatever. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So, like, are they just like this, or has something happened before they got here that is making them really suspicious and paranoid?
I mean, how you says Kate lying doesn't really help, and that's true. I mean, if the position of authority is just like obviously either completely incompetent or malicious, then that probably doesn't help. But still, yeah, it's weird.
Maybe it's just that they're scared and the paranoia setting in. Maybe that effect wouldn't have been achieved if the tower had really been robbed at night and the curtains were left down. And realistically, even though Zen could have been involved, how could they have emptied so many cabinets during the night? Hadn't the police been nearby? Hadn't the cameras been monitoring everything?
That's true. Maybe this is just a story about mass delusion and how Sai can whip everyone up into a frenzy.
Before I could determine if there was a better conclusion to reach, everyone left the storeroom, Katai returning last. We didn't all have to enter. There isn't anywhere to hide in here. What's this room even for, lol? It's called the storeroom, but there isn't much inside, and I doubt it'd be much use for how small it is. Things have been stored here before, but it's true that now it looks like it's a useless room. I heard that this room already existed before this building started to be used for business, and it was too small to give it any other purpose. I see. door didn't look that different from the others. However, once you opened it, the room would detract from the aesthetic the place usually had. I figured that when the building was repurposed, they replaced the door but left the inside unchanged.
So we're halfway done with this floor. Maybe we'll find something in hallway B.
To get there, we stepped into hallway C for the first time, which contained the stairs and elevator to move through the different floors.
Chat, you can stop at the bathroom now, I think. If you need to go.
What's this? Something immediately caught our attention.
So this is different. Okay, so this is on the opposite side of the building from the lobby. It's like the
Yes.
back. Okay. It's a suitcase, Kate.
Yes. What is it doing here? Oh, is it the gems that were stolen? And they're fake stolen gems outside? We all approached it. Just like you said, a small and inconspicuous black suitcase was lying in the middle of the hallway next to the wall.
Let's see. There might be something inside.
Sai went ahead and unclasped it. He
Dumbass.
opened it up on the floor and exposed its interior. I know, right?
Man has never been
Shake
to
it
an
first.
airport. Nothing. That's disappointing, but I suspect otherwise they would. I suppose otherwise they wouldn't have left it here. Did you see this when you looked through the security cameras?
Irina looked at Kate. The cameras in hallway C hadn't been touched, so Kate should have been able to look through them.
He didn't.
Right, I would have told you if I had.
I see. Does that mean that it was left after we woke up? Get with the picture, Irina. No, of course not. Did you not hear anything I said? He never looked through the cameras.
You're still going with that? I guess you'll never change your mind.
I understand you can't say that you saw this suitcase since it'd be suspicious you hadn't told us, but you should give up on the lie. It's kind of pathetic. If you really didn't see this, it would mean someone was here after or right before we woke up. It's not impossible, but I don't find it more likely than you lying.
Kate looked at us. He was asking if we all thought the same, and no replies were heard. Look at where the cameras are positioned. A bit of smoke covered them, but not enough to block the image completely. Oh. He's good at always having like a little plausible
Yeah.
excuse, isn't he? One encompasses the bathrooms and the other records the staircase and elevator. This middle section isn't shown at all. Even if the suitcase was here, I wouldn't have seen it. That's why none of us saw it earlier when we briefly looked through the monitors. Oh, you could have saw it too.
I figured you'd say that. But it's only an excuse. If you actually inspected this floor, there's no way you never came across it.
I inspected part of this floor and didn't see it. Not because I didn't come here, but because it wasn't here yet.
I see. It's a shame the recorded footage just so happened to stop being accessible.
You're right. That's unfortunate. It'd be an easy way to prove myself. Sai and Isla continued examining the suitcase, but they didn't find anything. No smaller compartments appeared to exist, and so it was actually empty. Say it in red.
Look, I can see traces of the smoke.
Oh, right. There's no way it was hit directly, though.
Yeah, perhaps it made contact with it before it fully faded. I'm not sure. Why was it left here then? If it happened after you looked around, it's a big red flag telling us that someone else is still here.
But we already know that. It must have been Naomi. After she did something, she must have wanted to get rid of this, didn't care about leaving it here. It makes sense that she would have disabled the security system before dropping it. Oh, just blaming Naomi now? What the fuck?
Just blame Naomi. That's stupid. Footage is still being recorded, so I doubt she'd care whether we saw her or not, especially given that leaving the suitcase after we woke up tells us she's here.
The culprit must have wanted to get rid of the suitcase as soon as possible, since it's linked to the robbery attempt. Sarupo did tell us that an individual was found outside with a black suitcase, so being seen with one wouldn't be desirable. Right, if Kate is telling the truth, it means that whoever left it here could have only been Naomi or an unknown culprit. There's technically another possibility, but it's too ridiculous to consider it seriously. Oh yeah,
Wait.
let's go, let's hear it.
I know
Yeah.
this font. This is the 10 minutes of baseless speculation font. Oh shit, we get a break? Oh shit. When we went to the mechanical room, you all stayed together, right?
For better or worse, Sai had been thinking the same.
Yes, nobody left the security room.
You want us to suspect this? You want to suspect us this openly? Did you two get separated at all when you left?
No, they stayed together the whole time.
Holding hands.
Now that you mention it, yes. I went to the mechanical room while Katsuki said he would inspect the rest of this floor.
What? It was a strange sensation seeing everyone turn to me while I silently waited for Sai to retract what he said. He's messing with you.
Probably. We didn't get separated. Who the fuck, Sai?
You aren't being funny.
Well, I'm just surprised you don't find us suspicious. Why would we? Even though you left, that's not enough of a reason. I know, that's not what I meant. I think you have a good reason to suspect us. Don't you remember when we got back? We said we'd gone to the bathroom, didn't we?
Did you? I didn't hear you from under the desk.
I bet you regret not accusing us first then. Did we go to the bathroom and miss the suitcase? It could be Kate was right and it wasn't here yet.
Don't take him seriously. We didn't go.
Of course. Kate wouldn't really tell the truth, would he? Admittedly, we were a bit late, so we agreed we'd say that so we weren't suspected of anything. He's just stupid, Sai. He's just stupid. I didn't think that if you went to the bathroom, you would see the suitcase. He's stupid. He's like me. He's stupid. We never came here, but I knew we should have. Didn't I tell you?
So you accuse me of lying and immediately admit to lying yourself. Your arguments keep falling apart.
He's not wrong.
We don't really have a way to know when this was left here, but I'd say it's likely it wasn't one of us. It must have been left by the people behind the attack.
Right, and most likely before we woke up. There could be a reason why they had to leave it here. Like what? No clue. I'm only saying that because the smoke wasn't released here. Even though this exact spot isn't recorded, whoever left the suitcase must have been seen by one of those two cameras. What a fucking yapper!
I know.
If you wanted to dispose of something incriminating, I'd say you do it in a place without cameras, and there are many. That's true. If it was put here after Kate inspected this floor, whoever did it is back to hiding.
Which is why we should keep investigating. Let's finish checking the crystal floor and move up.
So literally nothing happened between them finding that room and right now.
But the suitcase is it's so important. It's so important. It's going to come back later. It's going to come back later. Yeah. It's a teleporting suitcase. Whatever you put in that suitcase after you close it, it appears in the other suitcase that's outside. And that's how they were transporting the gems. That's how it is. Yeah. Yeah. The bathrooms were empty, so we were ready to move on. Regardless, the suitcase, we weren't sure what to think. Regarding the suitcase, I can't read tonight. Regarding the suitcase, we weren't sure what to think, but we didn't take it with us. What? Free suitcase. The location where it had been discarded was the only information we had to work with. I didn't want to think too deeply into every detail, but something came to mind. It could be that Kate was right this time. The location someone chose to leave the suitcase was one we hadn't yet been in. If the culprit left it there before we woke up, I can't think of a reason why they wouldn't have left it in one of the two main hallways. After all, the plan only involved them and the event room at a glance. At no point was it necessary to enter hallway C, which has security cameras. I felt someone might have been nearby and had known we hadn't yet been in hallway C. They'd chosen it so we couldn't be sure it hadn't been there the whole time. If they'd known we couldn't access the saved footage anymore, they could have tricked us. If they'd left it in one of the two parallel hallways instead, we would have immediately known it wasn't there before.
But why would they leave it at all? Like, what's the point of leaving the suitcase lying around? I don't understand.
Yeah. They're overthinking every single detail. Yeah, it's unusual. In addition, that spot wasn't in range of any of the cameras. Sumari, so we couldn't have seen it while we'd been in the security room. Oh, but the trick wouldn't work on Kate, who'd already inspected the area. But maybe he was lying. However, there was a plethora of reasons to believe he was lying. The culprit could have known that Kate had never been in the hallway C, and unaware he had lied about it, placed a suitcase to trick him as well. There weren't many better places to do that. It was true that one just like a cackle off in the distance. Ha 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 ha! I left the suitcase. That'll really fuck with them. It was true that upper floors existed, but according to Kate, they weren't open to the public. No matter the way I thought about it, it was baffling that it hadn't been left in a room without cameras like the storeroom. I thought about it as we entered hallway B, and an ominous feeling hit me. If I was right, someone else trapped there was still very close to us. Oh. We walked to the first room, which had a sign stuck on its door. When we removed the smoke dust on it, we saw an image of a mop and a bucket. As you see, the cleaning cart is left here when it's not in use, alongside cleaning products and items. Get to work, let's get rid of the smoke. Yeah, there's probably nothing of importance here. It's not a big room. Akara was the first to step inside and glance around. As he said, the room was small and only served the obvious purpose of storing cleaning materials. After stepping in and out, we all agreed and silently moved on to the crystal rooms in hallway B.
Do you want me to take over narration?
Sure, go for it.
We had the first one in front, B6. Once Kate and Isla made sure nothing was off, we moved to the next door. This is the staff room, right?
Yes, visitors are not supposed to go in, but it's not locked. Oh, so we can't go in? Don't worry, it's fine under the circumstances.
Kate opened the door. Behind it, we saw another small room, different than all the others we'd been in.
Every staff member has their own space here. We use it to leave and pick up personal objects, and it's where we store our uniforms before heading off.
I see. So the belongings of some employees are still in these lockers. Isla soon stopped looking interested, but for the rest of us, it was the most notable room yet.
Yes, but everyone tends to lock them.
Let's see if any are open. I'm not sure we should. We might get in trouble. With who? You kidding me? There could be a phone or something in here. I'd call that incredibly useful.
True. As I said, they're not usually left open. You can check if you want.
So I went ahead and tried to open every locker. Shortly, we confirmed that Kate was right. They were all locked tight. You have your own locker, right? Do you keep anything that could be useful in it?
No, they do allow us to bring phones in as long as we keep them here, but I never bring mine. What? Right now, the only thing in my locker should be my coat. Okay, time to bust open all these lockers, right? There could be a phone.
Kick them open.
Yeah.
Can we see it?
No. You want to see my coat?
Partly, yeah, but I also want to see the lack of other things.
Do you still think I'm lying? Very well. It's good that this is something I can easily prove.
Kate took a few keys out of his pocket. One of them was the one he'd used to unlock the security room. He inserted a small one into a locker and turned it. Without a problem, he opened the door and showed us what was inside. We could only see a coat, but Kate went ahead and brought it out to show us that nothing else was hidden behind it. He went as far as to show us every empty pocket.
You see? I understand it's easy to suspect me, but I've only been telling the truth.
One truth doesn't make up for all the previous lies. Certainly, if the contents of the locker were harmful to you, you would have claimed to not have any.
I really can't make you happy. Do you have more requests that would prove my sincerity?
Nah, not really. Kate put the coat back inside and locked it up again. All the lockers were very tall and had an extra smaller compartment in their upper part. 3 horizontal bars could be seen in the metallic doors, slits that allowed us to somewhat see the interior of these smaller compartments. However, I couldn't spot anything of importance as the darkness concealed what was in them. Everyone was listening closely to the conversations between Kate and Sai. Sai had continually reiterated that Kate was openly lying to us, so it was no surprise that they wanted to form their own thoughts. Sai knew nothing would be found inside the locker, so I suspect he wanted to see that coat. If it was the same one he'd seen Kate wearing in the lobby, it could back up his identity.
Oh.
Since he didn't react to it, it's fair to assume it was the same one, but it doesn't settle anything. One extra step of his impersonation plan could have involved in changing the locker's contents while we were unconscious. Could there be a way to force open the lockers? One of them must be Naomi's, so it'd be interesting to look inside it.
What? No, please don't think about that. They're made of the same material as the impenetrable shutters. There's no way to break these lockers. There are no tools to do it with. The lockers are quite sturdy, and I'm sure Ashihia would not be happy about it.
Oh, well, if Ashia wouldn't be happy about it, we definitely shouldn't do it.
I know.
Similarly, I'm not happy with spending 12 boring hours here without getting to conclusions. Right now, Naomi is very suspicious.
And what if she is? What do you think you'll find inside her locker? I'm letting you overstep a little. You shouldn't be allowed in this room, but I will not be giving you free reign. Please, get this idea out of your head. Dude thinks he's in charge?
I'll keep thinking whatever I want, but I agree. It'd probably, not because you said so, because I want to. It'd probably be a worthless hassle. If Naomi is the culprit, she must know how suspicious she is, so she wouldn't have left anything relevant in her locker.
That's what I'm saying.
Isla tugged at Irina's clothes.
Let's go. There's nothing in here. Ooh.
Ooh. We kept moving at a good pace until we'd searched through the remaining 5 crystal rooms in Hallway B. They all looked the same, and nothing felt out of place. This is it. We knew that if someone was hiding, it wouldn't be easy to find them. Yeah, it's already past 10. One more person is confirmed to be with us, so if she hasn't appeared yet, she must not intend to show herself. Naomi from inside the locker. Sai and I considered that Naomi's body might have been hidden. If that's what happened, it's likely no one else is hiding. The main point that indicates otherwise is the suitcase, but if Kate lied about it, he could be the one who hid Naomi. We'll have to move up then. We might find something on the higher floors.
Our priority should be to understand the structure of this place and find Naomi. We'll have many hours to go after that, which won't make it easy for anyone to stay hidden.
To be fair, Boulder agrees with Sai that 40 minutes into being trapped, I'd start forcibly opening containers. Oh yeah, absolutely. We approached the hallway C staircase.
Only employees ever go to the other floors. The structure of this building is like this. Right now, we are on the crystal floor. 5 floors above us are our offices, and they were empty during the attack. Why are there so many offices? When the structure of the building was first expanded, it served the purpose of containing many offices that worked for Ashia. This is before... Am I saying that right? Ashia?
I don't know. I just say Ashia. I don't know.
Ashia? This was before they thought of using the lowest floor as a sort of museum. That was the case for a while until the perception of the people had of this place shifted to what it is now, the single remaining entity of Ashia in Ushibana and a tourist attraction point. Nowadays, not many people who work in the offices remain, and they closed entirely just this December. Ashia doesn't make much use of them anymore, so they might disappear and be reworked eventually. The 7th floor is the Ashia floor, also called the attic. I explained that one earlier.
I want to go to the attic so bad.
Can we go in there?
I'm on the save wavelength as this 9-year-old.
Yeah, I want to go to the attic too. There's no way. As I said, I've never entered it, and only a handful of people who remain here have. Ashia are very fond of it since it's where they once lived, or at least that's what they claim. Ooh, regardless of the reason, they want to preserve it well.
How would we go about getting in?
Like most places, you enter with a key, one that I don't have.
Kate pointed his finger up the stairs where a door prevented us from making it all the way up.
I have the key for this one since it only keeps us from accessing the offices.
He walked up and inserted another key of his in the keyhole. As he'd already done twice, he turned it. Wow. Unlike previously, however, the door didn't appear to smoothly unlock.
What? It's not letting me.
Hold on. Sai stepped up to him, twisted the knob, and pushed the door forward. It was open.
Oh, that's strange. Sometimes this door is left open, but it's weird that it was now. Nobody has worked upstairs for 2 weeks. Ooh.
It's not really strange. Naomi also had the key, right? It just means she probably opened it, or someone did with her key. If it was you, you're not very good at remembering whether you locked a door. Damn. I actually thought that he was going to pull on the door instead of push it and own the shit out of Kate. I did think that was what was going to happen. I'll ask one more time so you guys understand it better. Kate, you didn't see anyone when you looked through the security cameras, right?
Correct.
Then, once again, that's strange. It's very likely someone unlocked the store and went through it. If they wanted to hide from us, they wouldn't have done so on this floor, meaning it's likely they went up some floors before we woke up and while you were allegedly in the security room.
You won't stop trying to find ways to frame me, will you? You're wrong. They would have known I was inside the security room. It must have only gone up when they saw I'd left it.
Kate was right. Sai's thoughts operated under the assumption that Kate hadn't been in the room, so he hadn't considered that simple angle. Well, let's go up. I bet the person we're searching for is currently above us. We began to climb up the stairs.
Can't we take the elevator? There's a lot of stairs to get to the top, right?
The elevator? I'm not sure that'd be appropriate. Why? We all slowly stepped down. We had entirely ignored the elevator.
There shouldn't be an issue.
The elevator door was fully metallic, so we weren't able to see the inside without opening it. Next to it was the button to call it with, and nowhere did it indicate whether it was being used or on which floor it was situated. I'm waiting, I'm hoping, I'm praying that there is some kind of key or a card to unlock the other floors on the elevator, and that they don't tell us, well, there's a security guard, so we don't need that. Kate called it quietly. Many seconds later, the button lit up for a second, indicating that the elevator had arrived. Then Kate opened the door, exposing an empty and narrow interior. It wasn't on this floor. It took a while, so it must have been pretty high up.
That doesn't mean anything, does it? It could have been up before today's event even started.
You're right. Kate, do you happen to know where the elevator should have been?
Not at all. I didn't have the night shifts, and I didn't see it being used.
It'd be good to know when it last moved. Doesn't this elevator bypass the door in the middle of the staircase?
Yes, it does.
Then what's the point of locking it?
I just said that it's not unusual for it to be left unlocked. In the past, when the offices were actively used, measures were stricter. Since nothing ever happened, everyone started to be more lenient, often leaving the door unlocked.
You heard him, folks. Nothing ever happens in Ashia Tower.
A similar change occurred to the elevator. Look inside.
We all peeked in. What Kate was referring to was above the floor buttons.
Keyholes? Do you need a key to make the elevator move? In the past, you needed the same key that opens the door to reach floors 2 to 6 from here. That regulation was removed since the door was continuously left open and there were some complaints about it being pointless.
Can I spoil the 100-line Last Defense Academy for you?
No, you can't. No, you can't.
Can I spoil the
Chat would be
first
so
5 seconds?
Sure, go for it.
The first line in the 100-line is, nothing ever happens.
What?
It is. It really is. It really, really is.
Nothing ever happens.
It really is.
Wow.
The first 3 words. Technically there's more to the line. I stopped listening after the first 3 words. I'm sorry.
Gonna meme that to death when we totally stream it. However, this other keyhole is still mandatory. To reach floor 7, the attic, a special key is needed. The same key opens the door that leads up to it. Special Sekimeiya. So that's the only floor we can't get to at all. Right.
Isla hopped into the elevator by herself, causing Irina to gasp slightly. This is interesting, actually. Oh,
What is?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, whoever went up to hide from us used the door instead of the elevator.
You're right. They wouldn't have needed
We
to.
don't know that. We don't know that. We don't know that. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, maybe the door was unlocked for, like, yeah.
Maybe the
all time.
elevator was up because someone took... I don't think so, at least. If it's true that it should have been locked by leaving it unlocked, they're telling us they possess the key. Naomi wouldn't do that purposely because it makes her suspicious. It's possible someone who's not a staff member unlocked the door.
I see what you mean. There could have been a reason why they didn't use the elevator instead.
For example.
Well, if the elevator wasn't on this floor and the culprit knew it while they were in a hurry, they would have gone through the door instead of waiting for the elevator to arrive.
I suppose so.
It's a bit strange they didn't lock the door behind them, but there's any number of reasons for that. Like what?
This should help us visualize this person's movements a bit more.
Are we going to go up?
She looks how I feel.
Don't be impatient. We can't all go up at once.
With Kate keeping the door open, I was able to see why he'd said that. Inside the elevator was a sign indicating the number of people that could board it before the wait could prove a problem.
Only 4 of us can be inside at once. It's a fairly old elevator. This is relevant. No,
So
make a note.
Yeah.
Make a note.
Make
Yep.
a note? Okay, alright.
Yeah, only 4 people can go in the elevator, but later on they're going to clarify that you know, maybe Isla could be fine with 4 people. Like, who knows? Because she's little. so high. Only 4 of us can be inside at once. It's a fairly old elevator. The stairs really aren't so bad, so let's walk up. No, I want to use the elevator.
We hadn't yet had an issue with Isla's behavior, so we didn't want something so trivial to put an end to that. Sweetie, come on. We can't demand things like this.
I want to use the elevator. If not, I can just stay on this floor and go back to the Sekimeiya.
It's fine. We've already spent a while investigating and it's getting old. Let's move it along. If someone's hiding from us and we want to find them, we won't accomplish it if we stay together. The culprit has an elevator, stairs, and knowledge of the layout. Much like on this floor, they could easily avoid us. To speed it up and increase our chances of finding them, let's split into 2 groups.
Weren't you against that earlier?
I'm fine with it, depending on the groups. As long as I'm with you, Katsuki. Isla and Dorina will take the elevator up to the 6th floor. As long as Katsuki and Shiroya go up with them, it should be alright. Why us? To isolate the least suspicious people, of course. A problem with splitting up would be if someone could take advantage of it before we're able to thoroughly inspect this building. Kite, Akaro, and I will start with floor 2 and progress upward until we meet you guys again.
Okay, yay. Is that a good idea?
Any reason why it's a bad one?
It's fine by me, but we don't have to do it like this. We could use the elevator twice or simply take it to the 2nd floor. Okay, they're being stupid. They need to like I'm sorry to fucking like just keep ad-libbing. They need to like position themselves so they can see all the hallways and doors at the same time, and then systematically go through each of them and like make sure that no one's hiding. And then once they've cleared a room, have one person stand next to the elevator so they can't use the elevator, another person stand at the stairs to the next room, and then go through that floor and just move through it like that, instead of just splitting up like easily. Naomi could just be like standing in the shadows behind them the whole entire time, moving wherever they go when they're out of line of sight. It's silly. It's silly. What are they doing? Sai should know better.
Don't worry, they got a Marvel ad while you did that. It's fine.
Oh, okay. All right. All right. You got a sub too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, thank you, Q, for saying happy La Sekimeiya Lundi, everyone. The resub. And thanks, Master of Segways, for subbing as well. Or am I narration right now? I am, aren't I?
I think so. Do you want me to take over?
No, I'm good. I looked at everyone else, and their reactions indicated indifference towards Sai's arrangement. It was true that it'd increase our speed and chances of finding the culprit, and as long as Isla's whim was satisfied, she wouldn't complain. Alright, let's go. Sai went up the stairs and quickly disappeared from my field of vision. Akaro and Kite followed him, and I held the door Kite had kept open until then. Let's go too. Isla went in first, followed by her mother. After Shiroya had entered, I boarded it last and closed the door behind us. This isn't exactly spacious. I'm surprised it's supposed to support 4 people. In the cramped space, Shiroya moved her finger up to the floor 6 button. Admittedly, she was right, since Isla didn't occupy the space of an adult and ended up buried in the back. As soon as the button was pressed, the translucent secondary doors closed, and we slowly began to rise. Are they going to get stuck in the elevator?
I wouldn't go in the elevator at 12 hours stuck in this building. No fucking way.
I would hate it I would hate to go in this elevator. Yeah.
Do you know they're airtight? Like you can run out of oxygen in elevators.
The elevator didn't shake at all, so we only knew we were moving because of the screechy noise the ropes above us were making. They were a quiet few seconds, and since the doors to the other floors were fully opaque, they were also dim. I felt a vague sense of claustrophobia for the first time since we had awakened. Once the elevator slowed down and we were allowed to leave, I opened the door that would lead us to an unknown place. Ooh. We stepped out and looked around us. It does look nice. A long hallway composed of calm colors extended far ahead. Oh, we didn't get the new map yet. Is this really the same building? Compared to what we'd seen
Hmm.
downstairs, it was far more pleasant. We even felt a slight cold breeze that alleviated some of the tension we'd been accumulating. Yeah, this song is good.
More bathrooms?
Since people used to work here, there might be 2 on every floor. Outside the elevator, we found ourselves in a wide corridor that only contained a few potted plants. At our right were the bathrooms and the staircase that led to floor 5. This...
Still don't have it, yeah.
I suppose we should look around. The other 3 entered their bathroom while I stepped into the men's by myself. Like the one on the crystal floor, it was spacious, but only contained a sink with a mirror, a garbage bin, and a toilet. It was immediately evident that I was the only person inside. Although a potentially dangerous culprit might have been hiding from us, I loosened up a little. The thought of looking through those huge floors without restriction released some strain from my body, which allowed me to think about needs that had disappeared from my mind, like using the bathroom for its intended purpose. Okay.
Wow.
Out- Outside, I found the others waiting for me behind the door, and we went ahead to see if anything of importance awaited us nearby. We turned left past the large hallway and were met with a narrower path whose left wall was made of glass.
What's this?
These must be the offices. I can only see desks and computers. Shiroya felt the handle and realized that the door wasn't locked. She easily pushed it open without making a sound and let us pass. There's another door in the back. This floor is as big as the first one, so it must have a bunch of these to fill the space. Isla walked up to the far door and opened it.
Wait, are there computers on all the desks?
It looks like
Whoa.
it, yeah.
Would any of those work? It looks the same.
I don't know. We glanced through it and saw a replica of the room. It looked identical down to the last object, with the same arrangement of desks and computers. There's another door here. We approached it. Oh, we have a map now. Oh, it's updating the map, but not the big map. God damn it. We approached it. Although the first wall was made of glass, the next 2 partitions were separated by plastic that heavily obscured the other side. Through the door, we were able to see that once again, the 3rd section looked exactly like the first 2. The exception was the lack of a door leading to a 4th. Even though the initial concept of inspecting a huge building had sounded somewhat involved, the layout made it a trivial task. There's nothing here either.
Let's look around a bit. I doubt it, but we might find something.
Yeah, let's see. You gonna take narration for a while?
Sure. We dispersed ourselves throughout the 3 large partitions, and I was left with the 3rd one. The desks all had drawers, but upon further inspection, they didn't contain anything relevant to us. The only thing of note was that each desk contained a computer tower inside its lower, larger compartment. This seems wrong? I returned to the 2nd partition.
It's weird for this to be here when they don't have people working here.
Yeah. Like everything looks like the chairs look expensive too. Like this is a lot of waste of money. There are even cameras here.
Yeah, Boulder says, imagine if it's all leased. Expenses must be off the charts. True. Yeah, I saw them. They do look a bit out of place. No idea what they're so paranoid about.
I'm not sure these would help them. I'm not sure these would help them much.
It's the Herman Miller Aeron. Mouse, you need to rob this place now. Those chairs are so good. I did work somewhere that had those chairs. Maybe it was to make sure the workers here didn't slack off.
Even though it had sounded like a joke, I understood she hadn't intended it as one. After all, in the 2nd and 3rd partitions, you couldn't see from the outside. The wall covered the partition's sides, and a cloudy white one kept them from seeing each other. It was a pretty cramped place, and I couldn't imagine myself working calmly with that camera pointed at me. I wasn't sure what the jobs there entailed, but judging from the number of computers, a large number of people must have worked at once. Adding the fact that 5 similar floors were supposed to exist, it felt a bit excessive.
Yeah, just a little bit.
I stepped into the 1st partition to see Arena and Isla looking at a lit screen. Upon noticing me, they were first to speak.
I powered on this computer, but it's taking a while to boot up.
No SSD, huh? On the screen, I could see a progress bar that was nearly finished. I briefly worried that Ishia would review the footage of us using the computers, but it wasn't like we were doing anything illicit. Who gives a fuck about that? Soon, Shioya came from the middle partition, and the 4 of us stared at the same screen.
Found anything?
No, and I don't imagine we will.
I see. I haven't either.
Isla was mimicking what she'd seen Shiroya do, opening and closing the drawers. She appeared visibly sad when the last one still contained only pens and papers. Oh, look, I doubt we'll be able to access anything. On the screen were 2 text boxes demanding a username and a password. Without them, we wouldn't be able to look at anything.
The least plausible thing about this so far is that these 2 good-looking ladies went into the bathroom and did not wipe the soot off their face. Have you
I
considered
was
that?
just thinking it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just walk in a high visibility vest and hard hat and stroll out with a chair and the guards wouldn't even blink. Maybe, yeah, that's true. Social engineering.
That's the real heist going on, stealing all the chairs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's thousands of dollars worth of chairs, man. That's unfortunate.
Just in case, I tried inputting a common default information, but nothing yielded a positive result. Yeah, these won't be any use. I gave up and straightened myself. Just log in guest mode.
Let's keep going. The lower floors will probably be the same, so we'll go through them faster. The stairs leading to floor 5 were next to the elevator, but let's see what's on the other side first.
We walked out, Isla holding the door for us. Shiroya gave her a charming smile and helped her before Irina exited. As soon as we turned left, we were met with something I'd seen from behind the glass. What's that for?
Oh right, I forgot about these.
2 big windows were in the wall, but as we've been told, a shutter prevented us from seeing through them.
Yeah, they're the windows. These are the same kind of shutter as the one in the lobby.
Isla made a thinking sound. I also hadn't thought of the windows, and since they were barely visible from the first partition, the purpose must not have been to relax the workers. Are they even in the same building anymore? What's going on? I remember seeing them from outside. Yes, they should be facing the front of the tower. We'd normally be able to see most of Ushibana from here. I knew it. Isla approached the shutters with her hand and felt them a bit. They seemed properly sturdy.
I'm not sure this would be the most viable escape route for a criminal. We're on the 6th floor, so to escape through here, you definitely need special help. Yeah, they took no risks this time.
It would be tough, but even this window could serve as an exit with a proper plan. Isla, who had been acting as if she were at home, left us behind and went to explore what looked to be another corridor. After understanding that nothing was to be done with the windows, we moved along too. A narrower path was on the other side of the floor, however, it didn't appear to lead anywhere.
Is it a dead end?
Oh. Isla turned around when she realized it. As nothing else was left to be inspected, we walked back and returned to the initial hallway.
I guess this was floor 6. Let's see if anything's different on the others.
We came to the conclusion that it's very likely the culprit is here, so this layout makes things easy for us. We arrived on floor 5 in silence. It looked very similar to the 6th, and it had the same bathrooms at our right. We looked at them while making sure nobody could sneak past us and go a floor up. At first glance, the floor appeared to have the same structure as the previous. I inspected one of the plants just to be safe. Are they real?
Just
Are they
one
real
of them.
plants? The soil in these is actually really shallow. I don't think anyone could hide something in here. Okay, so they're real plants. Okay, it's a full-time job to clean these bathrooms and water these plants. Who the fuck is doing that? The pots themselves weren't hollow either. Nobody could hide anything underneath them. I didn't think anyone had, but in case there was still something going on, I wanted to have my bases covered. And also, Sai was going to drill me on it later. I couldn't actually tell if the plants were fake or not. What? I visualized the layout of the floors in my head as I considered how unlikely it was for someone to be hiding in them. After walking farther into it, it was clear that it was almost identical. Schrodinger's plant box.
Oh.
Is every floor exactly like this?
Hey, if you're ever locked into a building for 12 hours and it's imperative that you find out whether a plant is real or not, just use one of your fingernails to like drag along the leaf and see what happens. Just so you guys know. They probably are, but we'll have to look at them to be sure.
Why is this place so big?
Sorry, chat said just try to eat it. Come on, Isla. You're bothering Shiroya and Katsuki. We need to keep moving.
Oh. Ooh. As long
Oh.
as someone stays in the first partition and can look through the glass, we can make sure nobody moves between the floors unseen.
Right. One person always needs to stay out of the last two. This is such a fire hazard, by the way. This is such a fire hazard. It's so easy for people in here to get. Where is the OSHA inspector in chat right now? Because I bet you're having a good time. Right. One person always needs to stay out of the last two.
Why the fuck would it be that in order to get to partition 3, you have to go through partition 1 and 2? This is an insane layout.
Yeah, this is crazy. I don't think this is legal. All right.
Since we see no stairs going down, I walk to the other side. Yeah, that's what I figured. The stairs to the 4th floor are here. Oh, so it's not a central stairwell. It's what the fuck?
I thought it was a central stairwell. Yeah, wait.
Yeah, I thought so too.
What? So F2 will go up to F3, F3 will go up to F4, F4. I see. They alternate sides.
Wow.
If you want to go up, if you're on floor 1 and you're like, I need to stretch my legs, I want to go up to floor 5, you have to come up and go all the way around here, and then come up and then go all the way around here. What the fuck?
Oh. And then imagine there's a fire. Imagine there's a fire.
This place is the least OSHA compliant building I have ever seen. Yeah, and the single elevator can move 4 people at a time, and there are 2 windows on each floor that in a special emergency get barricaded shut. You know what this is? A Shin Megami Tensei dungeon? So true, actually.
And there's enough desks for, like, how many rows were there? At least 4 in each partition, at least 8 in each row, right?
Oh yeah.
So like 4 times 8 is numbers. It's math. 32. So
it's
32 on for each one. 64, 90, 96. So we have
96 people on each one.
96 on each floor. So let's just round to 100. 100 people work on every floor, and they have this shitty elevator and this way the stairs to get up and down. What the fuck?
This is hundreds dead.
Yeah, this is a make-believe building. Like this is set up for something else. Like I'm not even talking about like in the story. I mean like something fucky is going on in here. This is weird.
Yeah.
This is the oldest house, you know? Yeah.
And it's like somebody was supposedly living on the top floor. Like, what are you saying? Okay. Anyway.
I walk back as the others entered the first partition. Once again, the 4 of us found ourselves in a room full of desks and computers.
I've been trying not to think about it, but what if there's someone in one of the next 2 rooms? What do we plan to do? Kill him.
We went quiet for a bit. She's right. We've been going about this with a lighthearted attitude, but things can change drastically in an instant. We don't know what we're up against, but the truth of the matter is that we're in a dangerous situation. Maybe we should just stay put. Without Sai around, that sounded a lot smarter. Irene been playing along with us, but she was almost definitely afraid something could happen to Isla. I doubt they'd want to hurt us, but without Akaro, our only physical advantage is that there are 4 of us. Although, I guess if someone's hiding, nothing guarantees it's only one person. I love how he included the kid as one of the 4 that's gonna overpower the culprit. What the fuck? Katsuki. Oh, as our perspective on the situation shifted over a single comment, I slowly moved toward the door in front of me. Even though those walls weren't transparent, they let light through. If someone were right next to them, we'd see a fuzzy outline of them. Slightly tense, I placed my hand on the handle and slowly opened the door. I don't see anybody. I'll check the last one. Joya kept the door open so that my voice could still reach the first partition. I grabbed the next handle and pushed the door forward. It's empty too. I loosened my grip and walked back to the others. It seemed nobody had been on floor 5 either.
Should we also look around here? We probably won't find anything, but I think we should.
I agree. We're not only looking for people. In the instance that the culprit wanted to get rid of something, like they probably did with the suitcase, they wouldn't have had many places to do so.
That's true. The crystal floor has a simple layout, but these are even worse. If you wanted to hide something here, you'd only have these drawers.
That's what I mean. Someone was likely here since the door at the stairs was unlocked, so let's see if we can find something. Let's open every drawer.
Mm.
Do. Isla took that as her cue to start opening all the drawers. Again, I went to the third partition while Shiroya stayed in the middle one. Opening every drawer was all I could do. There wasn't anything under the desk that could hide something, and the floor had nothing on it but cables. In less than 2 minutes, I could be sure that nothing of importance existed in that section of floor 5. I left to find Shiroya nearly done with hers. Nothing, I imagine?
Yeah, I looked at some of these papers, but I don't think they have anything to tell us. Some were financial reports, but others I didn't understand at all.
That's about what I saw on the other floor. I try not to look at them too much since the camera was right behind me.
Oh yeah, they'll probably look through the footage to make sure nothing strange happened.
She apologized, facing the camera, before opening the door to the first partition. She might have been doing better than I thought, gradually moving back to her usual persona. I smiled at her and went through the door she'd opened, calmed by the thought that my worries about her had been overblown.
Are you done? We didn't find anything. Neither did we. We can move on then. If the other group went at the same pace, we should find them on the next floor.
We were about to leave when a sound alerted me.
Oh shit.
A vanishingly faint but deep noise that lasted almost 2 seconds was very slightly audible from where we were. The two of us visibly reacted at the reminder of our situation was uncertain, and hearing it after moving through 2 harmless floors amplified its effect. Oh. Isla, however, appeared unfazed. Perhaps ignorance was bliss, but it seemed like she had no concerns whatsoever.
My chinchillas decided this moment to start throwing things. You guys heard that, right?
Oh, can I step away for just 1 minute, sorry?
Yeah, sure, go for it. The chinchillas are so hype. I love the nothing ever happens. You must say it when something good appears to be happening in Umineko and it calms you down. You gotta keep your expectations tempered. What's the onomatopoeia for a chinchilla noise? That's a good question. Right now they're just chewing on wood and smacking it against things. But whenever they sort of talk to each other, they go. So I don't know what you want to do for that. Oh my god, it's Mouse. Hello. Oh my god, it's combustible lemons. Chittering? Maybe. I've heard chinchillas need really careful climate control. Is that true? They need to be away from vents or like radiators, and they need to be kept under probably 75 degrees Fahrenheit to be safe. I keep my house at about 68 to 70.
Okay, okay.
Hello. Can I increase Joe's volume? No. They're a little fragile. Not that fragile. Good to go?
Good to go. I didn't hear anything.
I'm not sure I did. What was it?
I don't know, but I heard it too. It was quiet, but I think it came from this floor. Shiroya and Arina looked a bit unnerved and focused their hearing in case something else made a noise.
The chinchilla. Sorry, we were talking about my chinchillas while you were gone. The chinchillas weigh about 1.5 pounds. And they are the size of a rat, but their fur is sticks 3 inches out from their body. So they look about the size of a guinea pig.
It must have been the others. I opened the door. I wanted the initial inspection to finally end, to permanently release the stress I've been building up at the concept of someone hiding. I realized Arena and Shiroya were coming along. We only had 2 directions to choose, and I hadn't made out the origin of the sound. However, since the right path led to floor 6, it was fair to assume it had come from the left. Irina quickly checked the right hallway and indicated that she hadn't seen anything. As I reached the end of the glass through which Ilo was watching me, I peeked into the next corridor. I don't see anything. Shiroya looked too and saw the completely empty path.
It might have come from floor 4.
Possibly, I couldn't tell. We entered the first partition again, where Isla was calmly sitting on a rotating chair and staring at our distressed faces.
Do we keep going?
Yes, we need to ask the others what that sound was. All of us felt it appropriate to exhale. However, Isla disagreed. You don't need to look so worried. Nothing bad will happen.
Why are we getting Maria vibes now?
Yeah, I know, right?
I would have always imagined I'd be the one saying that in a time like this.
Ooh, believe me, there's no reason to be scared.
Uh-oh.
Uh, any particular reason you're saying that? I know nothing will happen. We just need to wait until we can leave. Shiroya stared at her skeptically. She knew optimism was great when it hadn't failed you yet.
Thank you, Combustible Lemons. I'm not going to read that out loud, but thank you. You're probably right. We only got caught up in an inconvenient situation.
Yeah, we'll be back home in just a few hours. Let's go back down already. A few hours? What do you know? If nothing else, her playful smile made it clear that she was aware that she was being unreasonable with that last part. Her high spirits were genuinely impressive. But I'm being serious. We don't need to search for any hidden person. There's no one here. We're searching precisely to know that for sure. I'm already telling you, these floors are a lot more boring than the crystal floor, so we don't need to waste our time like this.
Isla sus?
Yeah, waste our time. If I hadn't intended to take her seriously, I couldn't have helped but... If I had intended to take her seriously, I couldn't have helped but laugh.
Crystal floor is what they're calling the first floor.
So you know the result of a search that hasn't finished? Yes. Shoya and Irina's expressions told me that arguing would lead us nowhere. But I was stubborn and slightly curious about her attitude. How can you possibly know that? Because I was told.
By Beatrice in the garden.
Yeah. My brain processed that line as another thoughtless remark she had made up to justify what she was saying. Only after a few seconds of silence did I fully comprehend it. What do you mean? Who told you? You did. My friend. Oh shit, my friend.
Come on.
Uh-oh.
Not again. Don't take her seriously. She's been acting like this lately. What do you mean? Maybe she's a bit careless, but she's a kid. I don't think it's anything strange. I don't just mean the lies. Her behavior has been changing recently. In what way?
Isla, who's right there, responded with a disgruntled look.
Well, I've talked to her a bit about this. I don't know why, but a few weeks ago she started talking about this friend of hers.
Again, Isla exhaled in a sad manner as if she were being ridiculed unfairly.
A few weeks ago? The same time that some bullshit happened to Shiroya and Katsuki? Interesting.
She just doesn't want to believe me, but I know I'm right. I only tried to make you feel better. What kind of friend do you mean? Who are they? They're a stuffed lion. I can't tell you. It's our secret.
See, this is what she says. Recently, she started constantly referencing this intangible friend of hers. At first, I was happy to hear her talking about a friend, since the teachers at her school usually tell me she's more on the lonely side. She never really talked about her friends until now. But she made it sound as if she was always with them and kept telling me things that she'd been told. I knew she made it all up because I never saw her with anyone, and the things she'd presumably been told were all things she'd said before, or things I already felt she would say. We watched my favorite movie together, and it was her favorite too, and she went to the aquarium last month, just like us. You see what I mean? She. So she's a girl too?
Yes, that's the only thing we agreed we could say.
I'd probably be taking it better if it was the only thing that changed, but she also started to behave differently in other ways. She stopped listening to what I told her to do, spent less time with me, and one day I found out she hadn't gone to school because she didn't feel like it. I really don't know what's gotten into her. An imaginary friend at her age isn't too strange, but it makes me feel a bit uncomfortable, especially if it comes with so many more changes.
Why won't you believe me? She is real. I keep telling you. She exists.
I don't think you need to do anything about it, do you? Let you have fun with her friend.
So she told you everything would be fine and that we'd make it out safely, right? Yes.
I believe you. There's nothing wrong with what you're saying. Shiroya, kind of the George of the group.
Oh, no. Thank you, Tanya.
So how is she handling this? Did she like the Sekimeiya?
I look confused as she'd been betrayed by the first person who'd accepted her. No, of course not. She's not here, right?
Oh no,
Uh,
I suppose not.
she told me that we would make it out safely before we came to the tower.
Hmm.
What are you trying to say? What exactly did she tell you?
You shouldn't listen to her. Don't you see this isn't something to take seriously? I've tried it, but it's pointless.
She told me that something would happen in the tower, but not to worry. She said that if we stayed calm in one place, nobody would be hurt, and she promised I'd be able to see and touch the Sekimeiya, and she was right, wasn't she?
Hmm.
Before answering, I kept trying to make sense of such a confusing bunch of words. I was starting to think that her story could have been seen in a completely different way, a much more ominous one. What do you mean?
You never lied like this until a month ago. What happened? Do you mind telling us details about this person? How old is she, for example?
I won't tell you anything. That's what we promised.
Hmm.
Irina, you said she's an honest kid. Do you think there's a chance she's telling the truth?
I understand you'd think that, but no. I'm sure she's lying. She always makes it sound as if her friend lives with us, but of course I know that's not possible. We live alone.
Isla, we're talking about a human person, right? Yes, animals can't talk. Well, yeah.
For you.
Right, you got me there. She was clearly unhappy with our reactions, but we had no other way to respond to what she was saying. Obviously, no friend would appear out of nowhere and start living with you. If that was what Isla claimed, then I agreed with Irina's conclusion. So, what did she tell you about today's institute? Any more details? Why would I tell you if you won't believe me? She couldn't come, so she said that even though she didn't know how it would end or how long we'd stay here for, she'd wait for me at home.
She didn't know how it would end? What does that mean? And why couldn't she come?
She can't see the future. She was right about a lot of stuff, so I trusted her. And today she couldn't come here because I was supposed to.
What? So like they're sharing the body? Is that what we're doing here? You were supposed to. What does that even mean?
I was supposed to come here, right? We planned this since the Sekimeiya was announced, and I was really excited. So you even let me skip today's classes. If she had come, you would have seen her. So that's why she couldn't. What?
Mm,
If she had come, you would have seen her. So that's why she couldn't.
mm. All right then. I apologize for putting a damper on your fun.
Don't worry about that. What matters is that nobody else is here. We don't really need to keep searching.
So she said that her friend couldn't see the future, but then her friend says that everything will be fine. So what are we
Yeah,
doing here? What are we doing?
I don't know. This is weird.
This is really weird. Weird turn.
Is that something your friend mentioned? Did she tell you people would get trapped? Maybe. I'm not really sure if I should tell you, but she didn't say a lot about it. It might be helpful, so we'd appreciate it. Well, she didn't tell me the names of everyone, but she did say that only 7 people would get trapped, and that if we kept calm, nothing bad would happen. So Naomi's just gone, or is Naomi dead and then she's not trapped?
Or she's orchestrating it.
Hmm.
7
I guess
people. Go ahead.
I guess technically, if Naomi's the one that did all this, she's not actually trapped here. She's exactly where she wants to be.
Yeah.
So
I guess so. 7 people, but Naomi must also be here.
She wanted to be helpful, so she told me as much as she could. She said it'd be me, Mom, 3 boys, and 2 girls, and that they wouldn't be bad people.
Okay. Sorry, so this doesn't add up then. This means that this means that, right? Because It'd be me, mom, 3 boys, and 2 girls. So there's 4, right?
Yeah,
Katsuki, Kate, Sai, and Akaro, which means that one
yeah.
of those people is responsible for this, and Naomi is trapped in theory. Or trans Sai theory. That's true. Or Sai is trans. That's thank you, chat.
Me, mom, two girls. Yeah, something's. Yeah, that's wrong.
Yep. 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 Come on, Isla. How can you possibly explain her knowing that?
She's very smart, a lot smarter than me, but she was wrong here, so I think I might not be remembering right. Yeah, according to her, 3 men and 4 women would end up trapped. As things are right now, it's 4 men and 3 women, not counting Naomi.
Is the MC confirmed to be a boy? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. It is from that line, if nothing else. That's true. See? If she was wrong about this, she might have been wrong when she said that nobody else would get trapped.
But no, that's not right. I might be wrong about the number of boys and girls, but I'm sure she said that only 7 people would stay.
Listen, we can't stop searching because of what someone told you before we came here. She couldn't have known anything. Don't you get it?
But she was right, we ended up trapped, and it's 7 of us. She even said that all the windows would lock down. I'm very confused about this. Are you just making this up for fun? Because only a very select number of people would have known about the alarm's existence. If she really said that, could it be that your friend works here? No, that's impossible. I won't say anything else or I might put her in danger. You can believe what I said if you want. Standing up from the chair, Isla reached for the door and left. Despite all she'd said, we still saw her leaving alone as dangerous, so we followed her toward the 4th door. What the hell was all of that? There really are only 2 options. Either Isla is lying, or someone who knew the attack would happen has been in contact with her. I'm not sure I want to believe her, but I think it's much more likely that the first option is correct. Creating an imaginary friend and making up all sorts of lies and excuses to justify their existence isn't the most uncommon behavior. But some things she said are really strange. If she was trying to justify her friend's existence, why would she purposefully list out the number of men and women incorrectly? And given how likely it is for Naomi to still be here, why would she claim otherwise? Wouldn't finding Naomi disprove her friend? If someone told Isla about the alarm, they had to work here. We've been told multiple times that very few people knew about it. I guess another possibility is that Zin found out about the alarm and its features. Isla did say that her friend doesn't work here. Now, the big question, why would Zin make contact with Isla and tell her all that? What's there to gain, and why Isla? There's no way her friend lives with them like she said. That would mean that Zin instructed her to lie about her friend's identity so that the actual person couldn't be found. But why the hell would they let her speak about it at all instead of telling her to keep fully quiet? Why is the MC taking a child's random comment so seriously? So asks drop me stuff in chat? Because, like, if you're in this situation and a child starts acting creepy like this, I think I would take it seriously
Yeah,
too.
I
I'd
would
be
also
like, okay,
take it seriously.
like,
Yeah,
what
for
the
sure.
fuck is going on? Yeah. Isla told us that she promised her friend not to reveal information about her, but it doesn't seem like they agreed not to reveal information about today's incident. I have no idea what anyone would have to gain by telling Isla about any of this, but if their intention was to manipulate her actions in some way, there has to be a very important reason. One last thing is that Isla's friend didn't know how things would end. This appears to back up Sai's theory the plan isn't over yet. Just getting some big Umineko vibes from Isla Swetion. However, she also said that she didn't know how long we'd stay here for. 12 hours is the maximum time. Is it possible that depending on how some events play out, we could leave earlier?
So we're all in on supernatural time loop bullshit, right? We have to be.
Yeah.
Don't we?
Yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Incidentally, her friend told us that everything would be fine if we stayed put somewhere. Could it be that Zin doesn't want us to search around the building? I'm not sure how I should be handling this. It doesn't seem as if she was instructed to tell us any of this. She just mentioned it out of honest concern after seeing how worried we were. If none of her actions were coerced and she was only given details, I can't think of a single reason why Zin would do something so pointlessly risky. If her friend is an actual person who knew this incident would occur, it follows that they knew she would end up involved in it. Because she's morbing. It's morbing. It's always morbing. Says I can't think of why Zin would do it. The smallest thing I can construct has once again Tay as the focus. The only things Isla revealed about her friend's identity were her gender and the fact that she doesn't work in this building. I've been thinking of Kate as the core suspect, so it's easy to pin him as the identity behind Isla's friend. Wait, what?
That's the what? What? What do you mean? What? What?
If he instructed Isla to make sure not to reveal his identity, she would have called her friend a girl, and the one thing she would have denied would have been them working in the tower.
What are we
Sai
doing?
Smiling in the chat? Yes, it's Kate. It's always Kate. I'm not sure how much credit I should give Isla, or if I'm going off too many branches, but not even though she's a kid, she should surely be able to bring things up without making it evident she's been waiting for a good moment. I have no idea what any of this accomplishes, but since only some of Ishia's workers should have known about the alarm's existence, only they or an attacker with inside information could have been in contact with Isla. Reasons aside, an Ishia employee could have been relaying information to her. Two happened to come to mind, one being a man and the other a woman. Who's that? In the end, though, I went back to thinking that the most likely possibility was that Isla had made everything up. Maybe she had randomly thought of mentioning the number of men and women, but purposely said them incorrectly as an unusual thing. There would have been no reason to make up. Okay, maybe she intended to say it the right way, but quickly realized that she must have been miscounted.
Since when does Katsuki care about the most likely possibility? Since when? Since first time chatter, Ajax Meister says this is sucks. Welcome.
No, I think it's getting interesting. The whole thing really messed me up. Messed with me, and I kept trying to make sense of it as we reached the 4th floor. It appeared desolate as soon as we arrived. The chances of finding people increased with each floor, so with a bit of precaution, we moved toward the offices. Why is the other group not here then? Because we got Sai's probably talking to Kate and saying,
Sai booted up one of the computers and said, "It's simple. There were 3 common passwords: God, love, and sex, and we can try them all. And if we do the permutations and we take into account the history of the Ashia Tower, we know, we're in a montage downstairs."
Also, speaking of towers, jet fuel can't melt steel beams. Did you know that,
Kate? Is the other group not here yet?
The first partition looked empty. Once again, we saw the same layout as the other floors. Maybe they found something. I think they would have already arrived here. I repeated the earlier process and quickly deemed the 3 partitions empty. Next were the 2 bathrooms. However, before we headed to them, I thought I noticed another sound, just as faint as the last. It was easy to pinpoint its origin. I peeked into the right corridor and saw 2 human figures standing next to the staircase.
Oh, humans.
They're here. Our attention was quickly diverted. The other 3 were with me quickly spotted them as well. Where's Kate? As Isla pointed out, only Sai and Akaro were there. As soon as they noticed us, they stopped talking and gestured at us to come over.
We took care of him. How did things go? Anything notable?
This is not sus at all. Look at these 2, just completely normal bros hanging out. Nothing bad happened here.
Nothing. Are the other 2 floors like this one? Exactly the same. They only contain 3 big rooms full of offices.
Where did Kate go? Why is he not with you? Who the fuck's Kate? Well, it's not the easiest thing to explain.
We hate him. He's fucking gone. Sure it is. Naomi showed up and requested to talk to him privately. What? She's alive?
Wait, what?
Huh? Where was she?
What? Naomi shouldn't be here. My imaginary friend told me that Naomi wouldn't be here.
It's time to stop, Isla. Don't keep going when it's clear you were wrong. Why shouldn't she be here? We were about to move up to this floor when Naomi came from the second. I'm positive she came from the stairs.
From the stairs? Shouldn't you guys have inspected floor 2?
Suspiciously Kate-shaped bulge in his stomach.
We did. It's very possible she was on the crystal floor since there was no place to hide on the second one.
And she voluntarily appeared to talk to Kate? Pretty much. Looked like she wanted to talk to Akaro first, but as soon as she saw Kate, she forgot about him.
Well, she approached me first, but because I was closer to the stairs. Then they went down to talk, and you just let them, and you didn't like say let's get the rest of the group first, and let's all.
King of the conspiracy theories is gonna let the two most suspicious people just fucking abscond to talk to each other. What are you saying? What do you mean?
Also, because they went downstairs, they could have gone to the elevator. They could be on any floor now. They're gone.
Anywhere. No, the elevator is on floor 6. Or, well, I guess I could have called it. Fuck.
Abscond is not a Homestuck reference. It's just a good word.
It's just a word.
It's no.
They're lying for sure. Maybe. We just finished up floor 3 and we've been waiting here since we looked at the 2 bathrooms. They left about 15 minutes ago.
Did you not try to follow them? What did they want to talk about?
Abjure this chatter. Naomi went ahead and asked us not to follow them, so unfortunately I had to abandon my plan of tagging along. What the fuck do you mean? Realistically, if they made sure they were alone, we couldn't have done anything to eavesdrop without being noticed. The quarters here are pretty tight.
It sounded like they wanted to talk about confidential matters. When I first saw Naomi, I got really surprised, but she must have been even more than me. She looked preoccupied and determined at the same time. That's how she was when insisted that Kate... Wait, what? That's how she was when insisted that Kate talk with her privately. When she insisted... Okay, it's not me. It's a typo.
Yes.
Okay. When she insisted that Kate talk with her privately. Okay, that's fine. I see.
We were debating the contents of their discussion just now. I gave Akaro the rundown regarding Kate, and he really hadn't considered anything.
I still think you're overthinking a few things, but I can't deny that they're the 2 most suspicious people, and we let them go off by themselves. Sai really thinks they're up to no good.
Am I being unreasonable? If I was wrong, they would have told us the main gist of it. Naomi might not have been with us the whole time, but she must have been conscious of the situation and our perception of her. Despite that, she barely acknowledged us.
I'm still trying to process everything. So Naomi really was here. Doesn't that mean the most likely scenario is that she was the one who went to leave the suitcase downstairs? Yes, the suitcase. That's the most important.
Yes, she might not have been aware of how wary we were of her and openly showed up to talk with the other main suspect. Kate didn't look like he was expecting it, so perhaps he thought she should have remained hidden. Regardless, it's safe to assume they're now talking about their plan, and we just let them do that. You should trust them a bit more. What? Since the 2 of them work here, I think it's very possible they're talking about Ashia matters. Okay, then why did Naomi hide from us? Why did she appear out of nowhere and not even try to explain anything? Her actions are strange, even if she's on the culprit side, but her face wasn't the one of someone who got suddenly trapped and looked for people for an entire hour. Her perspective might be different from ours, being an Ashia employee that's aware of Zin's attacks. And I acknowledge that possibility. Her actions simply make it unlikely. We'll have to wait for them to come back. I'm sure they'll clarify all of this. Yeah, we decided to stay here to make sure they couldn't escape, but we were also waiting for you 4.
If there are more than 2 of us, we can split ourselves through the first 3 floors while someone stays here to make sure they're confined below. No, elevator.
Correct. Elevator.
Elevator.
Wouldn't they be able to use the elevator? Yay! Yeah, but we would know. I meant to ask you guys about that. A few minutes ago, after Kate and Naomi left, we heard the elevator moving through our floor. Even though we were next to it, we weren't able to determine the direction it was going.
But since you took it to the 6th floor, it could only have been going down. We only heard it once. Oh, so that was the elevator. That made sense. It happened in a deep noise that had lingered for a bit. Since it was moving, the exact position and floor it had come from hadn't been easily distinguishable. Didn't we hear it twice, though?
I thought we only heard it once, but I'm not sure.
Maybe we heard them the second time. It was the bros talking. That was the second noise.
Thank you for the subcombustible lemons. I hope you have a fun night. As I thought, none of you used it. That's strange, right? We're sure it was the elevator because it made the same noise we heard when you used it on the lowest floor. Even if you decided to go back down for some reason, we found it appropriate to stay here.
Are you sure it only moved one more time?
Yeah, we were right next to it and only heard it once, so if Kate and Naomi use it, we'll know. We could even call it and keep the door open. That way they wouldn't be able to use it at all.
Right, that's what I thought you'd suggest.
I stayed here for another reason too, which is why we didn't call it here and do that immediately. The sound might make it possible to anticipate the elevator. We might be quick enough to press the button before it goes past us. That would trap them inside it, and we could open the door before they could start moving again.
I see. The sound from earlier doesn't make much sense, though. We left the elevator on floor 6 and heard it moving on floor 5. Like you said, it could only have been going down.
Yeah, I don't get it. By floor 5, we knew nobody could have been above us. But if they called the elevator from floor 1, it would have been going down, right?
Yeah.
Or am I stupid?
Yeah. That's true. Is it possible someone sneaked past you while you investigated? If all of you were inside the offices without looking through the glass, it could have happened.
I really don't think so. I stayed in front for the most part, and I really doubt I missed anyone. Well, if you didn't, then someone below us could have called it, and what we heard was the empty elevator. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly,
What-
yeah.
These people would... Huh? It must have been either Kate or Naomi, so if you didn't hear it again, they must have called it and then not used it. Right, maybe they wanted it easily available on floor 1 if they needed to use it.
We began to hear footsteps in the distance. We all quieted down at the same time, straining to check if we'd imagined it. They didn't stop. The sound became more and more perceptible until it was clear that only one pair of legs was approaching.
Let's see what's up.
We stared at the staircase where the sound was coming from until Kate's white hair peeked from below. When he saw all of us, he looked up with a plain expression and stopped moving partway up the stairs. Where's Naomi? We went to the crystal floor, but she didn't want to come back.
Why not?
Sai's immediate reaction threw Kate off, and he took a few seconds to answer. During that time, he looked at the rest of us. It might have been just my impression, but it felt like he particularly fixed his eyes on me. She didn't explain it. I asked her to come since I knew I'd be suspicious otherwise, but she refused. She left the room where we were, and I stayed there a few more minutes, sorting my thoughts out before returning here.
What'd you talk about?
About the incident, of course. It surprised me a bit, but her intention was to clear her name. She told me she hadn't done anything.
That was what she wanted to talk to you about privately?
Yes, I didn't believe her though.
You didn't?
No, her words sounded forced, as if she was trying to cover herself up with lies. I know you've been suspecting me, but since I know I'm innocent, my main suspicions were directed to Naomi from the beginning. She saw her explanations weren't working and refused to appear before you all. She must have tried her luck with me because we've worked together for a long time.
So you're the only one she wanted to convince?
Yes, I don't know why though. Even if she'd achieved that, it's not like she could have convinced the police. Hearing her justifications made me even more convinced that she's involved in some way. Even though she ran away, I didn't find her immediately since I figured there was no way she could keep hiding. She still has to be somewhere on the crystal floor. Out of curiosity, did you ever call the elevator? The elevator? No. Why?
We heard it moving down, so if it wasn't you, Naomi might have called it. It didn't go up again, though.
I see. So she's definitely still under us.
Regardless, what did Naomi tell you? What was it that made you suspect her even harder?
She spat out nothing but inconsistencies. She said that she'd been trying to find help since waking up. She couldn't answer why she'd gone up to the office floors instead of aiding Irina's group or staying with everyone in the event room. She tried to make me believe that she'd been searching for people until now, and that coincidentally she hadn't found us yet. There was no way I could have believed that. According to her, she had nothing to do with the power outage or the suitcase. She said she didn't see the suitcase the first time she went up, but it was there when she came back down. I assume you didn't find anyone, naturally?
Right.
Then that has to settle it. If nobody else is here, only she could have left the suitcase in hallway C. She almost broke down and she thought of more ways to explain herself. You'll see when we find her. You'll see when we find her. By the way, when the elevator moved, couldn't it have been the higher group?
Us? No, we didn't use it again.
Is that so? And you didn't get separated? Again, he said that while looking directly at me.
No, we stayed together until now.
Are you sure? Why are you being so insistent? Do you have a reason to think we split up? Oh, no, I don't think so. Forgive me, Katsuki. What the hell was up with him? That had sounded like a taunt without feeling like one. His behavior toward me had changed in some way. I didn't know the reason, but it felt like he was trying to incite me to say something.
I'm sure they didn't split up. The 4 of them came from floor 5, and nobody could have gone past us while we were investigating floors 2 and 3.
All right, then.
This is going to be relevant later in some like insufferable way, I think, with where they were at which time. That's your job. Good luck.
All right. Enjoy your pillow. Do you want me to fluff it for you? As if we were all conspiring against him, he turned around and stopped moving. I was a bit puzzled, trying to understand how to interpret his new attitude. Are we close to a chapter break, by the way? Because we're over 2 hours just now.
I gotta chat. What do you think? What should we do? We need a mouse in the chat. Break at any point. Good place to break. Okay. All right. You wanna break here?
Sure.
All right. We'll be back in like 5 minutes. Maybe longer. I need to make tea.
I'm gonna make a tea too.
Yeah.
You're back.
Be right back. I don't hate Umineko streams. I don't hate Umineko streams. I needed a break from the Umineko streams. I miss Umineko streams now.
Don't believe her, Umi Fullers. Every Saturday, all I hear is like, it's so great that we don't have to do Umineko today.
Okay, it is true that I say I'm glad I get my free time back now. I'll admit to that. Mouse hates Umineko. I love Umineko. The Sekimeiya is just as good, right? Sekimeiya streams. A little low key.
Sekimeiya barrels.
Yeah, Sekimeiya barrels.
Can't they tell where the elevator is right now? Because that's important. I was thinking during break that, like, clearly Naomi had just been doing her best Mission Impossible impression on top of the elevator this whole entire time, and when they went to the top, she jumped through the air vent after they left, and the sound of the elevator moving was her riding it back down to the main floor so she wouldn't like reveal her hiding spot. But didn't they say something like it happened like 15 minutes ago or something like that? So it happened after Kate and Naomi started talking, so it couldn't have been that. So that means there's someone else here, or Naomi hit the elevator button without Kate noticing it when they were both on the crystal floor. Someone's probably in the attic. That's probably it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It's true that it could have come from the attic, right? Like they could have called it up to the attic and then sent it back down. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Someone's got to be in the attic.
100 streams of 100 line might be a good break between episode 5 and 6. So this is coming from someone who has spent like 36 of the 48 hours since 100 line came out reading it, just so you know.
And you're coming up for air in this stream? Well, I'm honored. Wow.
It's pretty bad. Yeah, that's good. Have we considered the idea Naomi is still knocked out from the gas and we haven't found her because she's on the floor and none of the sprites look down? Damn. Oh, chapter break is in 10 lines. Oopsie. How do we feel about there being zero electronic access control in this building full of expensive computer equipment and gemstones? Pretty much exactly how I feel about there being no security cameras in the lobby, I think. Has anyone looked at a mirror yet? Not that I know of. Do you want me to take over narration after the chapter break then?
Sure. That sounds good.
Yeah, alrighty.
When they were all in the bathroom, that was a moment that Naomi could have, like, Theresa made walk down the hallway into the elevator. Because they were all stuck in the... Yeah, there was a moment where they weren't looking. Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, as we were all conspiring against him, he turned around and stopped moving. I was a bit puzzled, trying to understand how to interpret his new attitude. Well, we will always be able to check the security footage once that's fixed. For now, we should be able to make sure to find Naomi, I'd say. Why didn't you stay with her? Implying one more time that there was more to our actions than we'd let on. He breathed slowly and started to go back down without turning around. Someone should stay here in case Naomi tries to go up. The rest of us will split downstairs to make sure she's found. Another person will also be needed to stay on floor 2 to make sure she doesn't intend to pointlessly go hide there. 3 will be enough to inspect the whole first floor. 1 person will stay in the lobby, the other in hallway C, and the last person will check every room in both hallways. She will not escape. The person at the lobby will look through hallway B, and the one in hallway C will look through hallway A. This time, Naomi won't be able to cross between hallways. Let's go. Yeah, thank you. Let's go. I'll stay in the lobby and check the mechanical room.
All right, that doesn't sound bad to me.
I'll look through the rooms. I think I should be the one to do that.
Why?
Taro.
Isla and I will stay here since only 4 people are needed. We'll keep watch at the elevator.
No, I'll look through the rooms too.
Be a bit cooperative, Isla. I think staying here would be better for everyone.
Who do you think would look the most like Naomi if they had a blonde wig on? Just asking for no reason whatsoever.
Sai.
Sai? As if she hadn't heard her mother, Isla ran down the stairs. Instead of trying to convince her, the others thought it better to follow her behind.
Close Shiroya? Close Shiroya? She's so close. Sorry.
It's okay. It's all right. Shiroya, Sai, and I were the ones without an assigned position, which left us unaware of what to do.
It's not ideal how quick Mouse when a woman is next to her. Yeah, just full gay panic immediately. It's not ideal, but I'll quickly check through floors 3 and 2 with Akaro's help and then stay in hallway C. You two should make sure the elevator doesn't let Naomi escape.
Without waiting for a reply, Sai left both of us on the 4th floor, all by ourselves.
Ooh.
All right then, here we are.
Hopefully they can find her and clear everything up.
I can't imagine Naomi hiding from them unless she knows about some secret spot.
Yeah, it won't take very long either.
I'm curious to see what'll happen. It's unfortunate that she showed up while we weren't there.
That was chapter break? Okay.
But it's very likely she actually did appear, since the three of them would have no reason to lie together.
Were you thinking that maybe Naomi was never there at all?
No, not really. I just couldn't take it completely seriously since we hadn't seen her. My Umi Neko addled brain being like ever, like not even in the first scene.
Did Battler see her? You thought Kate was lying to us earlier, right? Have you changed your mind? Thinking back on what... No, I got you.
Oh, sorry.
We had chapter break. Yeah. Thinking back on what Kate had just said, I wasn't sure how to approach it.
I don't know. Honestly, everything Kate said regarding Naomi just now was pretty questionable, but it seemed like he really wanted us to find her. You heard how determined he sounded. I'm not sure he'd lie about what Naomi told him, only to turn around and make us find her.
So it's likely it was all the truth.
I'm really not sure. Anyway, how are you holding up? Sorry, I've just been trying to think about...
We were both startled. Though louder and clearer, the same sound we'd heard earlier repeated.
The music. She took the elevator!
Why would she run away? I recalled what Sai had said too late. We weren't close enough to stop it on the 4th floor. Trying to avoid wasting time, we ran toward the other side to arrive at her destination before we missed her. In our defense, we'd heard the sound when the elevator had been about to pass us by, so stopping it in time wouldn't have been possible. We should have just kept it open. I didn't think she would actually go up.
This is why there's such a long run between floors, so you can't. Yeah. And I didn't think fast enough. Damn it! So I just wanted to keep them in place. Keep them in place.
Shiroya ran behind me. I wanted to tell her to slow down and let me go by myself, but it would have been inconsiderate. If I thought going up was dangerous, I would have tried to make her stay behind. But Naomi was presumably running around defenseless, so the odds were probably in our favor. Even though the floors were very wide, the path to the next one was straightforward enough to make it a quick trip. We arrived on floor 5. We thought the elevator hadn't stopped there because it seemed to linger for a bit too long, but I still quickly went through the 3 partitions while Shiroya stayed next to the first door. As I thought, they were empty. I met Shiroya by the door with a dubious look. We would hear it if Naomi used the elevator to go back down, so there was no way she'd make it past us unnoticed.
Nothing. She must be upstairs.
We directed ourselves toward the 6th floor, but Shiroya stopped me. Hold on, let's check this. She tried to open the elevator, but the door didn't budge. Since that meant it was above us, she pressed the button to call it. Shortly, the button lit up orange in silence. Then Shiroya opened the door and we saw the empty elevator. With how fast it got here, it must have been on the 6th floor. Technically, there was just one more possibility, the attic. But you'd need a unique key for that, and Shiroya was right. The elevator only took a few seconds to arrive, indicating that there had only been a single floor of separation. By moving it, we'd also prevented Naomi from using it upstairs. We quickly went up to the 6th floor, where the elevator had been taken. It was only used once, so something was definitely there. Naomi was very close. The bathrooms were empty, so she had to be farther ahead. I'll go check, make sure nobody can leave.
What? It might not be safe. Don't just go alone.
With a meaningless head gesture, she ran off and left me by myself. She was clearly not content with the thought of waiting behind again. I knew I had to go with her. Letting someone escape was far less important than letting Shiroya confront potential danger, but I couldn't bring myself to move. She had disappeared from my field of vision. Given the layout of the floor, she wouldn't be able to make sure nobody could sneak past her, so I had to wait behind in anticipation. If she first checked the opposite corridor and someone was hiding in the offices, they could then escape. If someone was in the corridor and she chose to first inspect the offices, they could also escape. However, that actually didn't hold up perfectly. To inspect the corridor, she would only have to see if it was empty from a position that would still let her see the inside of the first partition. That could let the culprit escape, but at least they'd be seen. I felt like she'd known I'd been about to ask her to stay behind and had chosen to reverse our roles before I had a chance to act. Trying not to let undesired thoughts get the best of me, I attempted to stay calm as Shiroya had asked. Almost half a minute passed, and I began to get impatient and a bit anxious. While the floor was big, it was also silent except for air movement. If she felt she was in danger, I would be able to hear her shout easily. Only a few seconds after that, I snapped. What was I doing, standing there and leaving her up against an unknown person who'd been involved in the attack? I prepared to take off running as soon as the realization finally came to me. But before I could, I saw Shiroya's figure coming out of the narrow passageway. She approached me slowly and noticed my anxiety. Did something happen?
No, nothing. You took a bit, so I started to worry.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. I didn't find anyone, though.
How is that possible? There should have been someone.
I know, but look, this is what I wanted to show you.
Another briefcase.
Once again, she walked back to where she'd come from, instructing me to follow her. Had she found something important? Instead of stopping in front of the offices, she continued toward the other corridor. Earlier, we thought this place was empty and completely missed a door.
What?
See, look, but it's closed. She was right. At the far back of what had appeared to be a dead end, there was a small door that we'd entirely failed to notice.
Ooh. Okay, it's got to be a door that leads to the attic. The attic has to have stairs, right?
Yeah.
Oh, of course. We were told this door existed.
It looked just like a plain door. Instinctively, I reached for the doorknob and tried to get it open to no avail. It was tightly locked. Under it was a big keyhole that would require an equally big key to unlock the special section of the tower.
So past this door must be the attic, where Ashia lived for years.
Yeah, it has to be that. There must be different stairs leading up to it since it's a floor higher.
Right, so it's very likely whoever came up here had a way to open this door. There's no other explanation, really.
The lack of accessible signage is sending you. Really? That's what's getting you?
Wait, didn't we find a key earlier? Didn't we find a big key? Didn't Isla find a key?
We did find a key, yeah. I'd completely forgot about it, so thank you. I thought about it a little, and that doesn't make sense to me. I looked through this corridor first, and since you were covering the only exit, I knew I had plenty of time. So I walked farther and realized we missed this door. I tried to open it, but it was already locked. Then I went to the offices, which were empty. Since nobody could have left this floor, the only explanation is that they went through here. What doesn't make sense to me is that they got off on this floor with the elevator.
You're right. We determined it was here, so whoever used it was able to open this door. They would have just taken the elevator all the way up. Different keys. Different keys.
Yeah, Kate specifically said that the key works for both the door and the elevator. Bzz, no different
Did he?
keys. I don't know.
Okay, no different keys. All right. Fuck me, I guess then.
I tried to look through the keyhole and under the door, but nothing could be seen. Was there someone behind it, possibly listening to us?
We went up fast, so I doubt they could have taken the elevator up to the attic and then sent us to the 6th floor to conceal where they had gone.
Yeah, we experienced how slow it was. There wouldn't have been time for that. I thought that maybe this door was already unlocked, or that they had the key hidden somewhere on this floor.
I doubt the door was unlocked. We could have easily found it earlier, so they wouldn't have let us enter it like that. Also, it's locked now. If it was actually open, unless it could be manually locked from the inside, they must have had the key.
I stayed quiet for a bit. Were we on the right line of thinking? If the culprit had access to the attic, a few things we'd considered would be invalidated. Do you feel like we're just on the cusp of a really obnoxious plot twist? I feel it approaching in my bones. I feel it approaching in my bones. I wonder if we'll get to it this stream.
But what if the elevator was empty?
And someone sent it here from the crystal floor?
I'm not sure what the intention would be, but it's possible whoever sent it was hoping to lure us out of where we were.
Oh yeah, if they wanted to get to the 4th floor, they could have sent the elevator to make us follow it, but that seems pointless. It'd give them time, but they'd still be cornered. It's not that difficult to inspect every floor.
And Sai did say that he would check the 2nd and 3rd floors before staying in hallway C. Unless he was the one who moved it, the culprit would have also had to make it past him.
Such a theory sounded very unlikely, but if it was right, we'd soon find out. We couldn't know if the elevator had moved before the others reached the crystal floor.
I was also thinking that if the person we're searching for has access to the attic, they might have been responsible for the first time we heard the elevator. Yeah. We made sure floors 5 and 6 were empty, but if that person was one floor higher, they could have called the elevator resting on floor 6 and then gone down with it. That would explain why it didn't immediately go back up.
Then the same person must have been who used it just now. It's possible they got off on floor 6 instead of the attic because they knew it would be empty and could easily reach this door. If we noticed the elevator and followed it, it would look like it was empty, but if they went directly to the attic instead, we might have noticed it went there if we called it fast enough.
I see. Something along these lines might make the most sense. We should go see if the others found Naomi.
We slowly walked back. I'd always seen Shiroya as intelligent, and she had just shown that sharing my thoughts with her was a good idea, despite her recent state of mind. Perhaps she'd been silently thinking by herself until then. Regardless, that was the longest conversation we'd had in many days, but it already felt like we were many steps closer to normalcy. I knew things wouldn't feel quite right for a much longer time, but if we went back to being our normal selves around each other, we could get there much quicker. I'd been thinking about it non-stop. I didn't know if wishing to go back to how things used to be meant that I was a bad person, but I couldn't change the way I felt. Before we reached the staircase, we noticed that fast but quiet footsteps were approaching. We stopped awkwardly and waited to see who they belonged to. It was Akaro. He came running from floor 5.
What are you doing here? We need you two to come to the crystal floor.
Oh, that's you. Sorry.
Did you find Naomi? No, quite the opposite. Sai said that all of us should be there to discuss what happens. Alright, let's go then. To the elevator. Da-na-na.
Calling it now, Kate didn't tell them about the basement because they didn't ask. I would be really mad.
I would be mad too.
I would be really mad. Akaro, out of breath, turned around without wasting time.
I didn't think you'd be on the highest floor. Weren't you supposed to wait on the fourth?
We began to go down the stairs. Meanwhile, we told Akaro that we determined the elevator stopped on the 6th floor and there was no one there. Our conversation continued as we quickly circled through floors 5 and 4. Akaro was hurrying up a fair bit, and he hadn't given us much context.
Oh right, we heard the elevator going up too, but Sai told us not to chase it since you two would take care of it and it could have been sent as bait. I suppose he gave us too much credit. We didn't react immediately, but I doubt we could have intercepted it.
Those were the last words we heard during the way down, as neither of them chose to reply with anything else. Once we'd made it to the last set of stairs, we slowed down our pace as I began to think about what could have happened to warrant the demand of our immediate presence. The others were all next to the stairs, waiting for us. That took a bit. Where were you?
On the 6th floor.
Oh, so you had to check every floor.
I just ran up hoping to eventually find them, and they said they hadn't seen anyone. It's where the elevator stopped, but we're not sure anyone came out of it.
So I was right. For some reason, they just wanted it to be followed.
I doubt it, honestly. They could only gain time during doing that, and given there are 11 hours left, it seems silly. It's possible they don't know that they've been trapped here for 12 hours, but they can't simply be simply trying to buy themselves time. I think they actually might have escaped by using the elevator.
How?
Before that, why don't you tell us what happened? Was Naomi here?
I couldn't see her, so it was safe to assume that wasn't the case. I wanted to get straight to the point before suggesting that the person hiding from us might have had access to the attic. We haven't looked through the whole floor yet, actually. What the fuck were you doing? I quickly made sure nobody was on the 3rd and 2nd floors while the others prevented anyone from sneaking past. That was when the elevator was used, and I assume you couldn't stop it. No, we weren't expecting it so soon. Whatever. We went to the 1st floor and we did what you heard Kate propose. He went ahead and looked through the lobby and the mechanical room. When he was done, he stayed next to the door leading to hallway B. Karo began to look through the hallway B room since he'd looked at the bathrooms previously. Isla wanted to join him, so Irina had to follow behind. The 3 of them started to enter the rooms while I stayed here looking at hallway A so that nobody could escape. Since the elevator had already gone up, it was pointless to call it and leave its door open. I couldn't see the 3 of them looking inside the room since I was staring at the other hallway and blocking the staircase, though. Anyway, Apparently, when they entered the event room, Isla went ahead and raised the curtain on the cabinet. The "It's gone" shout, oh no. The "It's gone" shout I
No.
heard even from here conveyed her surprise pretty well.
My God.
What? The Sekimeiya is gone?
Yes, it should have still been there, but I didn't see it anywhere.
Kite abandoned his post after hearing Isla shout, but I didn't want to rush inside and leave an easy escape route open. When they came and told me what had happened, I thought you two had to get down here. Since we're dealing with this situation, I found it appropriate to join up and make sure nothing slipped away. I told Akaro to go find you, and I took that time to check if it really had disappeared while the others waited here. It's gone. I stayed there a while, thinking about what could have happened, and expecting to find you two when I came back. Anyway, many of these rooms haven't been investigated yet. We stayed here until you came back to secure the only exits.
I understand. It's good that the stairs and the elevator are next to each other. Maybe the egg hatched, and that was what rode the elevator up.
Oh.
Can I go see it?
Maybe the egg hatched into Naomi.
Ooh.
If you're looking forward to seeing an empty cabinet, go ahead. As long as someone stays here, we can move through this floor. Everyone else had been looking at us without uttering a word. Shiroya and I slowly walked toward hallway A, and as soon as we saw that nobody was stopping us, we sped up to the event room. No, Boulder, not just like Homestuck. It's really not here.
I suppose he was right. There wasn't much of a point in checking.
Not really. We left through the same door and approached the others as I thought about it. What had happened? Were there really that many possibilities? Was it gone, or did we all lie?
Apparently not.
The Sekimeiya has been stolen this early, which is surprising. Anyone have a suggestion regarding what could have happened before we resume our search?
It could have only been Naomi, right? Or Isla.
No, it could only have been Naomi, Kite, or an unknown person, or Isla, yep.
Are you going to suspect me forever?
It seems so. When we split up in two groups, it's possible either Naomi or an unknown person had already stolen the Sekimeiya. That's very easy to conclude. When we were in hallway B, Naomi could have entered the event room from hallway A, for example. The group that took the elevator, Katsuki, Shiroya, Irina, and Isla, couldn't have gotten to this floor.
Are you sure? It's possible they went past us and we didn't notice.
You already tried to say this earlier, didn't you? They couldn't have done that. The way we looked through the floors would have made that impossible, and they couldn't have used the elevator since we only heard it once. And naturally, when you came here with Naomi, you would have had an easy time picking up the Sekimeiya and then hiding it somewhere. Later, we'll check that mechanical room you were so happy to inspect.
This is ridiculous. Didn't I say how important it was for the Sekimeiya to stay in its cabinet? Why would I hide it? There aren't even places to hide it in this building, and it would be pointless. It'll melt.
I will admit that I have no idea what your reason could be, but similarly, I can't think of one regardless of who the culprit is. It's true that there aren't many hiding spots, and it's very early for this. He forgot already his own theory that Kite was the original discoverer of the Sekimeiya and wanted to steal it, but he literally object permanenced himself out of his own fucking theory since last stream. I remember his theory from last stream better than he does.
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's true.
It's been a week. Give him a break. Yeah. If one thing's for sure, it's that right now the Sekimeiya must be on this floor with the culprit. There's no other possibility unless you question me and think that Akaro and I could have gone down instead of waiting on floor 4.
I don't believe that's true. You looked through floors 3 and 2 for Naomi, but if the Sekimeiya was left there, you might have missed it.
Oh, correct. That's a possibility too. But since the elevator that went up was probably empty, nobody can still be upstairs and hide it further. So we can go look for it above if nothing's found on this floor. Even though floors 2 and 3 were a possibility, I knew it was also very possible that the culprit had gone to the attic holding the Sekimeiya. If our search amounted to nothing, I would bring up the conclusion Shiroya and I had reached. Let's proceed then. We'll need to start from the beginning. Someone else look through the lobby and the mechanical room though.
Maybe we should start with that one.
I directed my look at the room where the gemstones had been stolen. A5. Because of the camera?
Yes, like Sai said, hiding anything on this floor right now seems weird since we should be able to find it easily. We have plenty of time and it's not a hard task, not to mention that even if we can't find it, Ashia surely will. It feels pretty redundant. But There must be an actual reason behind it, and if they really intended to hide it from us, a room that's not being recorded seems to be the most likely place. Even if it's found, Ashia will never be able to look at the footage to see who hid it. Or maybe a dumb kid just really likes it and stole it.
Yeah.
Maybe Isla has it. This is a bit confusing though. It's true that our three suspects are Kate, Naomi, and an unknown person. All of them would have had access to the Sekimeiya while we were knocked out, so I wonder why they didn't hide it then.
That's true. Well, we can check there first if someone stays here. Sai walked to the room and gestured at me to follow him. Everyone else stayed next to the stairs, as it wasn't yet a thorough search that would require further positioning. Let's see. We should keep the door open, otherwise we won't see anything. At first glance, there wasn't anything odd in the room. It all looked as it had when we'd last been there. Even though cabinets were the only thing inside, Sai started slowly examining them. I began looking through the opposite side of the room. There were plenty of places to hide a small object. Behind the cabinets, under the pillows that normally held gemstones, a cabinet even had empty drawers. As I looked at Sai, I realized that even though their appearances were nearly identical, not every cabinet was the same. He was inspecting the expansive interior of a cabinet after he'd opened up the heavy-looking lid. It seemed that the upper sections where the gemstones usually were could be lifted up.
Oh, a body could fit in there easily. Is there anything there?
Yes, some of these have hollow interiors, most likely to store things. Look, though. I had to get close to him, as the lack of illumination made it impossible to see what he was holding. It was nothing noteworthy. He was cupping a small yellow gemstone on his palm. They must keep some of these inside the cabinets to swap out the displayed ones. Apparently, not all of this room's valuables were stolen.
I see. I guess this could make for a decent hiding spot.
I would love it if he just dropped it into his pocket.
Yep. And then just winked.
Yeah, sort of. The others were taking a while earlier, so they probably opened up some cabinets too. It's still an obvious spot if you're trying to find something. I went ahead and...
Sorry,
We can swap if you want. I've been going for a while.
Yeah, sure. I went ahead and opened the cabinet that looked like the one Sai was next to. It was a lot easier than it looked, and a wide but completely empty compartment appeared before me. As all the displays were usually attached to the surface below the glass, when the lid was opened up like a chest, they wouldn't roll. There's nothing in this one.
Yeah, the first one I looked at was empty as well.
Not many more cabinets were left. Shortly after that, we had looked through all of them.
Seems you were wrong. It's not here.
I started to go over the cabinets Sai had looked through to be confident.
Do you doubt my searching abilities, or do you think I hid it here and ignored it?
Neither. I just want to make sure we don't miss anything.
Or do you just want an excuse to spend more time with me, Katsu?
Ooh. I answered without looking at him. It didn't take me long to come to the same conclusion. The Sekimeiya was not in the room.
Are you done? We'll take forever if every room takes us this long.
We should probably look for anyone on this floor and then do a slower search for the Sekimeiya. The chances of someone and the Sekimeiya being here are pretty much the same.
That could be a good idea. Let's go back.
When he turned around, I fixed my eyes on Sai's back, specifically at the hip pack going around his waist. He stopped when he noticed I was still staring at him.
Are they doing it on purpose?
Maybe.
Are you looking at this?
He turned it around him and showed me its contents. I could only see a wallet and a lip balm appropriate for the cold.
Don't be stupid. It might fit in here, but it'd be more than noticeable. I'm not gonna do it. I'm not gonna do it. Did you think I'd found it and masterfully put it in without your notice?
It's multifunctional fucking lip balm there. Holy fuck. Oh no, I was just looking at it.
I quite like it too. One of those birthday presents I first shrugged off and then ended up using frequently.
Once again, he turned around and quickly left the room. I sighed and followed his steps. Outside, he was already next to the others.
Anything? Nothing.
I tried to think of places where the Sekimeiya could have been hidden, but I couldn't come up with any good ones. If it was still on the crystal floor, we should be able to find it. My counter? Who gives a shit? This is Ashia's problem, not ours. Who gives a fuck?
Yeah,
like,
who gives a shit? I mean, I guess they're bored.
Yeah, in a locker maybe? That's the only safe place I can think of. Oh, how about there? The suitcase was still on the floor of hallway C.
True.
Did they bank on us not checking in again? As I got closer to it, my confidence in that theory decreased. Surely they hadn't relied on such a simple trick, to the point that I just didn't even bother opening it. It was still empty. Oh, okay. Alright. Let's start then. I suppose checking the bathrooms again is pointless since nobody could have entered them. What? Without waiting, Ikaro stood up and headed toward the hallway B. Isla followed behind, which obligated Arena to go with them.
Let's continue with hallway A, actually. It's about time we find out if someone else is here, so let's first check for that. Ikaro, before you move on to hallway B, look through the mechanical room too. Mind being the one in the lobby this time, Kitsuki? Kate and I will stay here to watch hallway B.
Sure.
Click Discord.
Alright, so I'm enjoying the intrigue and I'm enjoying some of the characters now too, and the music is like pretty good to chill with. I'm not sure if it's the move, but it's good to chill with. However, this has been too many scenes in a row of let's search the rooms.
It has been a lot of searching the rooms.
Where could the person be? Maybe they're in the elevator. Maybe they're upstairs. It's too much like Blue's Clues, fucking Dora the Explorer stuff. Like I don't know. Like I feel like I don't know if it's gonna be really important, but right now I feel like it's a little too much of that. The others accepted easily and began with hallway A, ignoring the room we'd just gotten out of.
Also, I don't know, like the fact that they keep saying hallway A, hallway B, then we went to room A5, then we went to floor 5, and then the elevator was here, and then we know that it was like, it makes it feel like one of those like books of logic puzzles for kids or something, and I can't be fucked off. Like I can't, like I really can't, like I'm willing to engage with the mystery to some degree, but if we're gonna be doing like logic mapping, I'm gonna take a nap. You know what I mean? Like this might be the part where we run into the things that I will just not like about this visual novel. So
it could be. I don't know. I don't think I've ever read a VN that has gone really hard into the logic part. Usually there is some logic and stuff like Danganronpa, but it's not usually like wrought out like this seems to be building to. But maybe it's not. Maybe there's a lot of like in that scene that's just like, again, once again searching the crystal rooms, we found out that the display cases have huge hollow insides that you could hide a whole body inside. You know what I mean? So maybe that was the whole point of the scene, and it just like the pacing just needed to be cut down a little bit. But right now I'm a little tired of how much of the story has been let's all methodically search the rooms. Like it's been like this for a long time now.
Yeah, agreed. I would like them to drop whatever the funny plot twist is now.
Presumptuous as it was, Sai could have kept ordering us around as long as it was efficient. Since Shiorya didn't have a fixed position, she moved to the lobby door with me. From there, we looked at the 3 people checking every room. Ikaro led the pack. My first idea was that someone left the Sekimeiya in a room without active security cameras. While the first location had been incorrect, that was still the most likely possibility. 5 of the rooms that met the criterion were still available: the staff room, the cleaning room, the mechanical room, the security room, and the storeroom. And the bathrooms, but we just dismissed that for some reason. I looked inside the cleaning bucket, the only place in the lobby where the Sekimeiya could have been hidden from view, but it only contained soapy water. The storeroom was examined, but they were just quickly looking for people? What? Okay, not the Sekimeiya. It was very possible it was in one of those rooms, and if Naomi had put it inside her locker in the staff room, for example, there wasn't much we could do about it. That was one of the only good hiding spots I could think of. They entered the event room once again. After that, the security room, another place with a route to it that no one that had no concern for cameras, was acknowledged as clean. Once I'd seen them come out of every room and claim that nobody had been in them, Ikaro went to look at the mechanical room. Even though Isla remained outside, uninterested, Irina joined him as well. They took a considerably longer time with it since the messy interior made a proper search difficult. Once they returned, their expressions indicated that again, nothing of relevance had been found inside, refuting Sai's suspicion. Afterward, they moved on to hallway B.
You know what else? They go out of their way to point out so often that Irina follows Isla around that I bet anytime they're separated, it's going to be significant. That's another thing.
I think so too, yeah. Good catch, good catch. Shiroya and I headed to the hallway B door too, as it wasn't necessary to keep watching A any longer. As soon as it was confirmed empty, the only remaining concern was whether someone could move from hallway B to A through the event room. And since Sai and Kate had watched hallway B, it wasn't a real possibility. Okay, there's got to be some secret compartments then. Shouldn't they have found Naomi by now? Technically, only 2 people were needed to optimally search through the whole floor, as long as someone stayed next to the stairs while looking into hallway A. Then the other person could safely look through every room. We'd only been doing it differently because it was what Kate had suggested. No, that's not even right. That's not even. You could Benny Hill from one room to another while someone is in another room. Like, what are you talking about? There's no way.
As long as someone stayed next to the stairs looking into hallway A.
Yeah.
Look through the whole floor. So if you're here and you're searching and they're here and you go here and they go here and you go here, they go here, and then they just hang out in here. Like, yeah, I don't know what they're cooking.
Yeah. That does make sense. They started from the rooms on the lobby side onwards. Shiroya and I could clearly see Sai and Katai standing on the other side of the other exit of the hallway, enacting tight control over the few rooms that remained for Naomi or an extra person to be inside. This is where the Red Truth really show their genius of just being able to cut a lot of this out. Just Beatrice just be like, no one's on this floor. And it's like, okay, cool. If nobody was found in them, the possibility Shiroya and I had come up with would be almost confirmed, that the actual culprit had been in the attic until we'd heard the elevator going down, and that they brought the Sekimeiya up with them to hide on the floor we couldn't access. As that theory grew more likely, I thought further on it and quickly picked up on an important inconsistency. Ooh, let's hear it. Akaro and Sai said that when they heard the elevator sound, Naomi had already shown up and left with Katai. Yeah, I was thinking that too, yeah. So who was it? There must be someone else. If that was the case, Naomi could not have been in the attic the way I thought about things. To make it work, I had to slightly change it. Nothing was out of place if we missed Naomi when we'd inspected the crystal floor together. She went up to the 3rd floor to talk with Katai, and she then called the elevator to keep it on the 1st floor. Later, she used it to move to the attic as soon as she'd obtained the Sekimeiya, probably because she'd realized she couldn't convince Katai. The first 3 rooms were handled with ease. The others kept going and looked through the event room once again, despite the fact that it was impossible anything in it had changed. Nonchalantly, almost forgetting what could have been resting in any of the rooms, Akara opened the door in front of it. He looked inside and his body froze.
Oh, shit.
From afar, I was able to see his expression shifting to a blank and pale one. With his hand on the doorknob, he turned around, frantically trying to meet someone else's gaze. Is someone dead?
What's wrong? Anything inside?
The silent corridors allowed us to make out their words. On the other side, Sai and Katai had also realized something unusual was inside that room.
What? Isla, stop!
Irina, after peeking over Akara's shoulder, immediately pushed aside Isla, who'd been about to glance into the room. Let me see. Guys, come here. It seems we weren't wrong. With an altered voice, Akaro instructed we could abandon our positions as the search had finished. Unnerved, we went to see what had caused those reactions. Sai brushed past Akaro to see what he'd found. Despite his constant effort at appearing unfazed and composed, the moment he set his eyes inside, he was visibly startled.
Seriously?
The room, B4, was in the middle of the hallway. Katai, Shiroya, and I arrived at the same time, silently glancing at each other. Irina was still tightly holding Isla, and both of them moved back to let us see through the door. Can you bring up the map for a second? So B4 it's in hallway B, it's on the right side, across from the event room.
Yeah.
Okay, alright, so that's where we are. Alright. Oh god, no. It took us not even a second to understand it. On the floor lay the body of Naomi over a pool of blood. On the wall, close to the door, were traces of more blood. Not only that, but a strange odor became noticeable as soon as I stepped inside. I couldn't associate it to anything, but it wasn't prominent enough to be aggravating.
Kate, if you're gonna kill somebody, don't make it so obvious. Fucking Sai! What is wrong with you?
It was far from the first time Sai had said something careless, but it was far over the line for all of us that time, especially Arena, who had been trying to keep Isla unaware of what had happened. You must be joking. Don't even think about accusing me. Sai moved over to the body. With 2 fingers, he confirmed its status.
She's definitely dead. She probably already was when we got back to this floor. This room wasn't searched earlier, right?
No, we stopped at the event room. This one was next, so you could be right. No, that's...
Wait.
Isla, who hadn't yet put up any resistance, was able to escape from Arena's grip. Her shock escalated when she understood that we were telling the truth. But that's impossible. Why did...
It's clearly possible. Just look at her. And I'll sure think about it, Kite. You're the only person who could have done this.
Was Naomi Isla's friend?
No.
While they were audibly reacting, I found myself slightly aghast, which I hadn't been prepared for. I'd been carelessly going over the entire incident, but as soon as the image of the dead Naomi met my eyes, any focus on reality departed from my body. Shiroya at my side looked identical to me. The concept of death and loss had recently changed for us.
Okay, we get it.
She and I hadn't experienced it until 2 weeks ago when the world we created together crumbled down without warning. Naomi's lifeless body was an immediate reminder, one that came as soon as I started having hope for the future again.
Fuck, meaningless name. God damn.
I fixed my eyes on Shuri's face. As the others kept up their arguing, they wouldn't have noticed the sheer panic she was experiencing, but I knew her better. Her effort at moving on and had been denied by reality. We'd been put back in our place. I never knew how to respond. Thoughtless reassurance wouldn't achieve anything. However, even though it might not have been any help, I tried to put everything I wanted to say into a hand that I placed on her shoulder as a way to distance myself from the insentient and inanimate support I'd been until then. Insentient?
Hand of power, go.
Gale.
Oh shit, flashback.
Oh.
You want me to take narration? It's been a bit.
Sure.
Okay. Shiroya and I knew each other since our first year of elementary school, where we became classmates for the first time. Our parents were friends, which quickly tied us together. We would see one another during school and our parents' meetings, so we rapidly grew close. Before becoming classmates, we'd already met a few times, but we'd never really spoken. Our parents worked for Yushibana's hospital, but their work involved securing deals with entities outside the town, which made them travel very often. We'd been told that the 4 of them were a group of friends since long before we were born, and that they all met when they were lower down their workplace's ladder. A bit more than a year prior, they accepted a job offer overseas. Despite their insistent attempts at making us accompany them, we were strongly against it, as we'd lived in Yushibana our whole lives. The idea of traveling to another continent wasn't a pleasant one. Unlike them, we didn't even know the language there. They eventually had to give up and accepted paying for our necessary expenses like food and rent. We'd lived by ourselves since then. 1 year ago, Shiroya and I finished high school together. In Yushibana, people tended to move out if they planned to attend university, seeing as the closest one was hours away. That was why we hadn't yet decided on what to do and thought of the year 2011 as a pivotal point where we'd decide. Money wasn't an immediate problem for either of us, and we weren't sure what we wanted to study if we decided to move. The last important factor that influenced our decision first made an appearance in our lives when we started middle school. Most of us were the same people who had attended elementary school together, but a new classmate named Mia moved to Yushibana that year. At first, Shiroya and I didn't talk to her much, and neither did our usual group of friends. Mia quickly became comfortable with other people in our class, which kept some distance between us. That changed 3 years later, the day she approached me when I was alone. She was curious about us and wanted to hang out. I never really understood what drove her to do that, but we spent an entire afternoon together, and following that day, she would spend some time with me every so often. A few months later, she appeared when Shiroya and I were together, and they introduced themselves in more depth. Since then, the 3 of us started to become comfortable around each other after school. It was out of the ordinary for us since we were used to being alone, but we quickly took a liking to Mia. She was a blunt and sincere girl, one who didn't seem to have many worries in life or think too hard about things. Even though she'd made her way into our lives out of the blue, we became accustomed to her presence. Initially, she passed the time with us sporadically and acted as another link between Shiroya and me, but the frequency increased to the point where the three of us would spend almost every afternoon together. Last year, the end of high school became somewhat of an obstacle for what had grown to be our daily lives. Mia was different from us in the sense that she knew she didn't want to continue studying, and she instead started searching for a job in Yushibana while living with her parents. The previous summer wasn't an easy one for us. Shiroya and I weren't sure what to do with our futures, and we knew if our decisions differed, we might stop seeing each other. Behind everything else, that was always my biggest worry, and at the same time, Mia was only focused on searching for a job that wanted her. I felt like I was stuck in the past, wishing that our school days could continue as always. Meanwhile, the uncertainty of the future prevented Shiroya from resting easy. That made it hard for us to keep up with each other, and even though the circumstances were perfect for a summer together, the three of us spent it alone. Sareth is in the chat saying someone fucking died and they're stopping for a background exposition dump now, and it's really funny because I'm writing something right now in which someone dies and then there's an exposition background dump immediately after. So I'm just watching this reaction. It all started to shift back to normal once Shiroya and I decided that neither of us wanted to move out for the time being. We would spend one extra year thinking about it, so at first that was a perfect excuse to go back to how everything had been before the holidays. Unfortunately, all of our conversations had grown stiff. Shiroya and I talked frequently about our decisions through messages, but the three of us hadn't personally seen each other in a while. None of us were at our best, and none of us felt anything resembling enthusiasm. Our relationships loosened even further, and the distance between us widened into a chasm. When I recognized what it had all turned into, I grew despondent. I couldn't do anything to return to our routine, and I wasn't sure if they wanted to. Other friends I had from school completely disappeared from my life in the blink of an eye. For 2 or 3 months, my old life continued fading away. That was until I received a call from Mia. She confessed to feeling a lot like I had and wanting to restore everything. I immediately called Shiroya, who sounded like she was in the same position. It was just over 2 weeks before the Sekimeiya showing when we met at my house. We'd gone our longest ever without meeting, but we still recognized each other as the people we'd spent the entirety of our teenage years with. It was difficult at first, but since we knew the three of us wanted to finally get over our new barriers, the constricting ice that had formed around us broke much more easily than I'd anticipated. Sorry, I smacked my microphone. We said that we'd go back to how everything had been during the start of the year. The three of us needed it, and all feared that it had ended long ago. Even though we'd settled that, there weren't many things to do during the winter in Yushibana. Hanging out and talking for hours used to work in the past, but if we were starting fresh, that might not have sufficed. That was how we came across Ashiya's advertisement on December 15th. Their biggest event to date would be held. Shiroya and I disliked Ashiya to an extent, but Mia, having moved to Yushibana as a kid, didn't share the same feeling that had been prominently pushed onto us by the older residents. She had only vaguely been told about the main outline of it all, so when she proposed that we attend the event, we didn't refuse. It honestly sounded like a fine idea to us. Anything the three of us could go to was good. According to the announcement, an event was held in Ashiya Tower every Thursday, each one requiring special entrance tickets. I didn't know what I was in for when I offered to take over narration, huh?
Yeah, I know. Do you want me to take over this part?
No, it's okay. I'll just put you on duty whenever it ends, if it ends before stream ends. We accepted it and bought them before they ran out. December had always been a special month for me and Shiroya. My birthday was on the 21st, while hers was on the 19th. We were happy we had reunited just in time for them.
Do you want a bit of speculation as a break?
Yeah, sure. Go for it.
Mia got a job either for Nyx or for the Yushibana Ashiya, whatever. And then, sorry, and then...
Zen.
And then Zen, I can't talk.
It's
or
okay.
both. She's working for both, and she faked her own death. She's not dead, and right now Mia is in the attic. It's Mia in the attic. Yeah.
What if Mia is Naomi?
Whoa.
It could be. What's
For
her
sure.
motivation for this? What's her motive?
To make a good mystery for us to enjoy.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, you could do that, yeah.
For us to enjoy or for her friends to enjoy?
But one of the same.
You're
One of the
so fucking Umineko brained. It's unbelievable. Holy shit. Alright. As no other special matters were scheduled to happen in Yushibana, we decided to keep looking through Ashiya's events. One that might have been interesting was scheduled for January 26th, when every gemstone in the building would be replaced. We thought that if we enjoyed it the first Thursday, maybe that'd be a good day to return. Meanwhile, we agreed to meet up frequently until the 15th. However, just the next day, Mia died. All this! Mia died!
Okay, so she's not dead. There's no way. Like there's no details, nothing. She's not dead. She's not dead. I want to know.
However, just the next day, Mia died. We found they're reserving the details either until the next paragraph or because until it becomes plot relevant,
Okay,
which pisses
alright.
me off. Okay,
You're on the
however,
coke? Okay, all right, enjoy.
on the coke. However, just the next day, Mia died. I'm not saying that she's alive. I'm just saying that we're gonna find out what happened, but they're holding it back until the last possible minute. Which irritates me. However, just the next day, Mia died. We found ourselves in an incident that took her life, and Shiroya had to be hospitalized. It was comically tragic. Everything we thought we had regained was immediately ripped away from us. Shiroya was in a coma for a few days, holy shit, but she ultimately
What?
didn't suffer from anything major. The days during which I waited still, thinking that I might have lost the last two people remaining from my normal life, were harder than anything I ever thought I'd have to suffer. To add unnecessary cruelty, neither my parents nor Shiroya's were able to show up, and they only talked to police officers and doctors over the phone. My parents even used the opportunity to tell me once again that I should go live with them. They'd been very insistent about that in the past, and the incident gave them the chance to force it even further. I'd almost never talked to Mia's parents, but when I saw them talking to the agent in charge of things, it was clear they were devastated. Everything in their lives had collapsed in the span of a single day. When Shiroya woke up, I was in her hospital room and told her about what happened. She couldn't even cry. She must have despised everything that led to that outcome. After the doctors told her that she wouldn't have to spend more time in the hospital, I offered to let her stay at my house. Having each other as company should have been beneficial for both of us, and my parents' house was big enough. She almost accepted immediately, but she ended up saying she'd think about it. I insisted, saying that she wouldn't be a bother, and accompanied her to our apartment. The next day, she accepted and came over for a temporary stay. I'm feeling the same way that I felt whenever like Umineko episode 3 happened and I read it for the first time, and it was like, and then Ava solved the epitaph. Lamau, hooray, she did it. And it, like, they don't tell you how she solved the epitaph, and I'm like, you motherfuckers, like, what are okay, you're holding that information until later, fine, clap, she did it, but like, it feels like shit as a reader to sit through this and no, you're gonna find out later on what happened, and it's gonna be like, oh, we're so clever, like, aren't we clever for doing, like, you know what I mean, like,
Wait, are we? Spoiler. Wow, Umi full. It's more spoilers from Mouse about what's gonna happen with the epitaph later in the story.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Wow.
you haven't solved it already? My bad.
I'm stupid. Sorry. Behold the sweet fish river running in who gives a fucko. Follow it down to the ocean.
This move is very common, so we won't go over it here. Exactly. The next day, she accepted and came over for a temporary stay. It works a bit better in Umineko since it's more of a solvable thing than a hidden plot point. Yeah, I agree. I'm just saying it's a similar point of frustration that I can connect to a narrative that most people here have are familiar with. They can't reveal that Mia died by choking on the Sekimeiya yet. That's true. Suspiciously Sekimeiya shaped Mia. The next day she accepted and came over for a temporary stay. Despite all my efforts at being helpful, I spent the days closed up physically and mentally, hating myself for that too. I remained shut in my room, sleeping during the day and glancing through the window at night. The life we'd lived for years had met an abrupt end immediately after resuming itself. It wasn't something anyone should have experienced, and it was nothing short of impossible for us to stop wallowing in our own pathetic misery. I didn't want to distance myself from Shiroya. Facing the thought of being left alone was unbearable. That was why I'd immediately asked her to remain together for a few days. At home, we briefly saw each other every day, but no conversations aside from simple words to coordinate ourselves came from either of us. At least, she spent the days with Maxie and Umi. Umi. A dog
Umi?
and a cat that had lived with a cat named Umi, also known as Umi Neko. Wow, cinema. Truly Kino. Ryukishi's done it again. A dog and a cat that had lived with me for years, which I hoped made her feel less lonely. I also got to hear her voice a handful of times when she talked to her parents over the phone, but they were too busy to leave. On the 14th, the day before the event, we met in the living room and saw the 3 tickets we bought for it inside the brown purse Mia would sometimes carry. Knowing that our plans would never happen completely tore me up. I didn't know whether to throw the tickets away, but before I could decide, Shiroya spoke. Should we still go? It wasn't something I'd expected to hear at all, but it conveyed everything Shiroya had been feeling. I'd been trying to muster the strength to say it myself, too. Despite our sudden loss, she didn't want us to grow cold again. Yeah, someone died, and this is the perfect time to drop a cute Umineko reference. That's right. That's right, baby. We decided we'd go anyway, trying not to let the death of our closest friend directly kill our relationship, too. We saw it as confirmation that even though everything looked more than grim, we'd do all it could to make it eventually get better. We finally talked a bit before the night came. Our schedules were all over the place, and we had to wake up very early to make it to Ashiya Tower before 9. As the night went on, it was clear that neither of us would be able to sleep. Painfully conscious of our surroundings, we both stayed awake, unable to rest in any way. Once it was clear that it would persist, Shiroya suggested leaving early. It was a relieving thought, one I'd also considered. Oh, he's doing all this insane fucking ridiculous harebrained speculation because he hasn't slept in like 24 hours. Dude is off his fucking gourd on sleep deprivation. It all makes sense now.
Well, doesn't for Sai though. What's
Sai's
Sai's
just
excuse?
like that. Sai's just like that.
Oh, Sai's just, okay, alright, okay.
I agreed immediately. I needed to move and feel the cold night air. Shiroya took 2 of the 3 tickets from Mia's purse and put them in hers, along with our identification to validate them and the keys to my house. As we stepped outside, a calm and pleasant night welcomed us back to our town. We walked through desolate streets without an objective in mind, letting time move at its own pace. Someone could have stolen the 3rd Sekimeiya ticket. Eventually, we reached the outskirts. We were close to Ashiya. We wouldn't usually walk through that part of Yashibana, but we waited right outside the tower in a little plaza Ashiya kept clean, waiting for the sun to rise. At 6 o'clock, everything around us was covered in snow, and even though we'd grown used to the sheer cold of the mountains, staying outside for that long exceeded our limit. We walked to the entrance of the tower and were told by a guard that we could wait inside until the doors opened to the public. We were met by a lady sorting a bunch of papers behind the reception desk. Shiroya and I hadn't talked much, but staying with each other was more than enough. The only other person there was a man in the middle of the room wearing a lost look. He glanced at us for an instant before going back to how he had been. Let's keep recapping everything until we get back to the murder scene. That would be amazing. Can someone gift Boulder a sub so that he stops getting Marvel ads, please? I can't do it right now. We'd later learn that his name was Akaro, and I would speak to him for the first time in the event room.
Oh, we're back.
Yeah, you can go now.
Okay. Things had continued and led to death. Once again, the cruel sensation of death had appeared before us after avoiding it for almost 20 years.
Thank you, Haydenner, for gifting us sub to Boulder.
It took a single dead body to make me reminisce over my whole life. I started to think that I'd been climbing the first steps to get over what happened by immersing myself in our present incident, but that was far from accurate. Even though I'd gotten Shiroya to start returning to her usual self, at that moment her face gave away how meaningless that was. Words started making sense again. Sai, who had been thoughtlessly messing with me without a clue what my last few days had been like, was accusing Kate of murder. You're out of your mind. I would never kill anyone.
Then why did you? Don't you recall what we've been doing? Nobody else could have been here to do this.
Sorry, what an amazing comeback. What if you were the one who did it, Sai?
Toxic yaoi, toxic yaoi.
Toxic yaoi. It was pissing me off. It was reasonable to think that Kate was the culprit, but accusing anyone of stealing someone's life so lightly was something I really didn't like. Even Shiroya didn't expect me to suddenly spit that out.
Excuse me? I was with Akaro on the 4th floor, and the last time we entered this room, we all saw it was empty.
He's right. We didn't move from here. Are you saying that maybe we both did it to frame Kate? Yeah. No. Sure, that might also be a possibility, but that lets Kate not be a murderer, but Sai also had an easier way all by himself. He said it earlier, right? That he went to check if the Sekimeiya had truly disappeared while you all waited next to the stairs.
Oh.
He even admitted to spending a while thinking about what happened. The event room connects both hallways, and from the stairs, you wouldn't have seen what was happening in hallway B. You saw Naomi and chased her over to this room. You definitely could have done this. That's true. Wait, that's true.
Yeah.
I couldn't let out the word kill as easily since I didn't believe that Sai was being responsible was the most likely thing, but I didn't want to let him forcibly label Kate as a murderer if other possibilities existed.
You're not being serious, are you? Don't you think Naomi would have yelled? There's blood on the wall, so since blood is coming from the back of her head, she was probably pushed into it. It follows she was seeing her killer as it happened, so she would have yelled. We would have only have missed a yell like that if Kate and Naomi were the only ones present on this floor at the time.
What if she didn't yell? You can't possibly be saying that blood on the wall means that she had to. Maybe it happened too fast for her to react, or maybe her mouth was covered.
Katsuki stocks are rising surprisingly quickly.
Yeah.
Katsuki, don't be stupid. You must also be aware that Kate has to be the one who did this.
He's
The
got
blood
a
on the
point,
wall.
Katsuki.
What'd you say?
Sorry. I was like, Kitsei going, he's got a point, Katsuki.
Yeah, he does get a lot cooler when he stands up to Sai. Damn. The blood on the wall is next to the door, and Naomi's body is perpendicular to the wall. If you're going to push someone against a wall, you need to be farther from it than your victim, right? Meaning the culprit was farther from the door than Naomi. You could infer from there that they either entered the room before Naomi or that they entered at the same time. That makes sense if Kate was the culprit, but if I chased Naomi here, I wouldn't have had an easy time pushing her into this wall. She would have been farther into the room than me, so I would have had to push her against one of the other 3 walls. Ignoring, obviously, that she would not have run into a room and cornered herself. She would have escaped from the hallway. Can you imagine? Sai, the kind of motherfucker to insist on representing himself in court and getting up on the witness stand, and just the opposing counsel is just fucking like objection, and he just keeps fucking going. He just keeps fucking going.
Mm-hmm. He'd be like, I'm not a lawyer, so I don't need to listen to your objections. They don't apply to me. Or maybe you entered the room first and the noise lured her in. Maybe you chased her down when she was in the middle of the room, and since she headed to the exit, you pushed her against this wall. I'm not trying to accuse you, but stop acting as if Kate must be responsible. Also, what the hell is the smell? Does anyone recognize it? Oh, we just got a flashback and an explanation of Mia dying, but the smoke wasn't involved in that at all, right?
That's true, and they said they recognized the smoke again.
Yeah.
So maybe
the
it's
incident must involve it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone denied it with nearly imperceptible movements. They'd all noticed it, but seeing so much blood under her body must have forced them to ignore it. We had to continue for 11 hours bearing the thought of being trapped with someone who had killed a person.
Sorry, can we just reflect upon the fact that we've been reading this visual novel for 7 hours and we are 1 hour into the story. 1 of 12. 1 of 12.
Hey, it's gonna be like one Mineko episode. We're fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hey, one of 12 of this first 12-hour time loop. Don't worry. It's gonna be way more. You okay? You all right?
Jelly says the hyperbolic time chamber visual novel.
I have no idea what it is.
Me neither, but fine. Katsuki, do you honestly believe I killed Naomi? There's a working security camera here, for fuck's sake. Do you think I'd ruin my life to kill someone I didn't even know a couple of hours ago?
I don't really think you're responsible.
Then you're accusing Kate too. Sure, I could have had the chance to do it, but there's no other possibility. If you're saying you think I didn't do it, you're also saying you think Kate did.
I would never kill a person. This has gone too far, Sai.
Oh, shut the fuck up. We're up to 9 fucks, actually. That's 9.
Whoa, you're wrong. There's at least one more possibility. I did it.
What, did Naomi jump into the wall and break her head open?
Yes. Remember when the elevator went up before you all reached this floor? It stopped on the 6th. Shiroya and I made sure nobody could have gone unnoticed, but there's a way around that.
Right, through the door we can't open.
The one leading to the attic.
He's right. Someone could have gone in before we got there.
Shiroya was trying not to let the shock and despair consume her, and I was glad to be backed up. Even though Irina and Isla should have reacted to the mention of the door they hadn't seen, they didn't so much as twitch. Suspicious?
But it was locked, right? Didn't Kate say that a unique key was required to enter the attic?
Yes, but imagining a culprit with that key isn't all that crazy, is it? Sigh. Yes? Please, this is just pathetic to watch.
Huh? What is?
It also took me a surprise. Kate was looking directly at me.
Bro is undermining his own defense?
Yep. Katsuki, stop trying to find non-existent ways out. You are the one who killed Naomi.
What? We've been with other people the entire time. Don't tell me that that's an unreliable narration, or I'm gonna get really fucking mad. Okay.
Yeah, you hate that. I know. Yeah.
In this case, I would. You're kidding, right? You're accusing him? He absolutely could not have done it. You had the opportunity to at least accuse me.
I was still recovering from the most unexpected words I could have heard. He had, without warning, accused me of killing Naomi.
I'm hoping that the twist at the end of the scene is the most obvious Occam's razor answer solves the mysteries, and all the theorizing was just to distract you. I'm so fucking... It would work on me. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, I would like that. I would like that.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but how do you think I did that? I was always with Shiroya, and security cameras recorded every one of my actions on the upper floors. And not only that, he didn't have a chance to make it down without being spotted. Yeah, what are you cooking, Katai? What the fuck is this? Where's this going? I'm locked in. I'm locked in. That's why I can't. I have come to the conclusion that you're all lying to me, all of you.
Everybody
He
else is lying. And why is Katsuki the one that? Can we know why Katsuki is the one who did the killing? If everybody is lying to you,
everyone's covering for Katsuki. I'm sure of it. Katsuki was here when Naomi and I were on this floor. You guys are giving him a very solid alibi, one that's not possible to circumvent. That's why you must all be lying. Okay, he must have seen like a body double twin of Katsuki down here if he's going with this. He must have seen something. However, it is as you say, security cameras had to record what happened in this room and on the other office floors. Your lie won't last long once the system is recovered. What's gone into you? At least your lies earlier had some effort.
He's right. This is almost disappointing. Try to convince anyone of that.
For the first time, one of Sai's retorts was well received by everyone else. Kate had alleged that they were all liars, but they knew the truth. I hadn't killed Naomi.
If they have a security camera picture of him doing a murder, this will officially be a Life is Strange like.
with a little dash of Steins Gate at the same time.
Yeah,
Delightfully devilish weeps. All right.
Yeah.
You're only digging your own grave by acting as if we're all conspiring against you. You had an actual method of escape that Katsuki provided you with. Taking it would have been a much smarter decision than accusing him, dumbass.
It's especially idiotic even for this guy. Why are you saying that Katsuki was on this floor?
Because I saw him. After Naomi left, when she understood that I wasn't buying it, I heard a noise in this hallway B. I saw at Katsuki.
So he totally did.
Yeah, he did. Okay. It surprised me, so I kept silent and waited for him to move. However, trying not to be seen also... Oh, maybe it's not a time loop. Maybe it's like a time quake situation where like different timelines are overlapping at the same time. That'd be interesting. Is the elevator like a portal to somewhere else?
No, maybe the Sekimeiya is.
The Sekimeiya is causing bullshit. Yeah. However, trying not to be seen also made me lose track of him completely. I looked around a bit, but I couldn't find him or Naomi again. When I went back up, I saw him with the others, and you all said that he could not have been downstairs. That's what leads me to the conclusion that you've all been lying to me.
If there's nothing wrong with me, there must be something wrong with the universe.
Yeah. You know what? Maybe I'm being a little biased here, because when Saga in Alan Wake 2 is like, no, I know what I saw and I'm rigid in my beliefs, it's like based. When Kateya is like solid in his beliefs, that leads him to accuse everyone of covering for Katsuki. Dude, you're cringe, you're crazy. What the fuck are you doing? That ridiculous claim, if anything, explained why Kate had insisted multiple times that the elevator group might have been able to sneak down. Naturally, though, it was met with silence and shared disapproval.
At least this proves you're nothing but a lying machine. Your fuel must have run out, and now you can only fabricate these limp little things. Oh, Jesus Christ.
You think you sound smart, but I believe all of us here know that you are the one lying.
Let me just tell it to you straight. In the 1 in a million chance that you're either telling the truth or hallucinating, what you saw couldn't have been Katsuki. If you actually saw someone, it wasn't him.
Incorrect. I'm certain it was him. His clothes could have been borrowed, but borrowing a face and the size of someone's body is much different. I don't know why you're all lying and aiding a criminal, but I'm certain of what I saw.
Then we're left with a hallucination. You get your brain checked recently?
I will refrain from saying anything else. When this is all thoroughly investigated by the police, the truth will be proven. As I knew I hadn't killed anyone. I hadn't been seriously considering any of it. I'd ruled it as just Kate's desperate, pathetic, and ineffective way of not being suspected. My attention had been drawn to one of the cabinets present with us in the room. At first glance, it looked like every other cabinet we'd seen, but there was something unusual about it. Oh yeah, the smell! We don't know what the smell is yet! On its right side was what looked like a small wheel. To get a closer look, I approached it, making sure not to step on any of the blood. As I moved to it, I was once again reminded of the inexplicable odor I had never smelled before, which was starting to blend in seamlessly.
Did you see something?
Yes, this. Oh, it's a temperature regulator.
How interesting. What's it set at?
Nothing. It says room temperature. The Sekimeiya melted and that's the smell. I turned around to meet Kate's eyes. Some cabinets have temperature functions like the Sekimeiya's. This room has them. The white wheel looked a bit damaged, which was what caught my attention. Anything could have caused that, but it stood out from everything else in the room. I kept inspecting it. Behind it, I quickly noticed another similar wheel, a bit smaller in size. And what's this one for? This one, it regulates the temperature. I can see the degree symbol, but this one isn't set to anything, not even room temperature. I mean, why are there two of them? Secret passage? Well, I think that one regulates the temperature of the gems behind the glass, while the big one regulates the temperature inside the cabinet. Wait, what?
Like the top and bottom of it. Like the
top
gems
and
that are
bottom
sitting on stop. Yeah.
They need different temperatures? That
Yeah,
seems...
it's like having a 2-layer oven or something.
That seems difficult to do. I see. To store gems that also require determined temperature. Okay.
Clearly, you've never had a wine fridge that has multiple temperature settings.
As you know from multiple public and private interactions with me, I am basic as fuck. So no, I have not done that. Yeah, okay. I tried to lift up the cover, but it was too heavy. How do I open it though? I don't seem to be able to. I don't know. I've never opened one.
And you've never seen anyone opening one through the cameras?
Perhaps I have. I think they first look behind the cabinet, but I'm not sure what the process is. These cabinets have an actual method of locking them so the temperature inside is well preserved. Is there like another body?
Could be.
Oh, if there's another corpse of Naomi in there, that I would be really interested. I tried following his instructions. Behind the cabinet next to the wheel, there was a tiny plastic latch that I was able to open. I think it should be unlocked now. I put my hands under the lid and brought it up while everyone else stared at me dubiously. Then Sai began to approach me with curiosity. Like before, I was able to open it with ease. When I fully opened it and kept the lid supported against the wall, I looked inside.
Maybe the Sekimeiya's in there.
There was no appreciable change in temperature as the wheel hadn't been set to anything. However, there certainly was something inside. I saw the Sekimeiya resting at the bottom, covered by walls with a velvet texture and emitting a faint glow. Oh, is he the only one that can smell it? And now they all thought he was talking about the blood. And now he's gonna be like, how the fuck did you know this was in here? Wait, what? It's here. I have no idea why, but it's here. Before the others could react, I stretched out my arm to grab it. With one hand, I leaned on the cabinet to support my weight while I put the other inside. As I slowly approached it, I thought to myself, what possible purpose could anyone have for leaving the Sekimeiya there? Because of the temperature control. Without giving much thought, I touched the surface of the egg-shaped object, and then everything swirled. A burst of heat flowed through my fingers, and the world broke.
There it is. And there we go. Wow. Thank you, Caps, for 11 community gift subs. Wow. This is where the Sekimeiya spun glass really starts. Oh, they've got copy pasta prepared.
Oh, they had it ready?
They had it ready. Time to get funky. All right.
This is where Homestuck really begins. Okay.
Okay. Shall I take narration for a while?
Sure, go for it.
Great. Here we go. This is where the Sekimeiya is. Amazing. Egg stuck. Let's go.
Strap the fuck in.
All right. Two
Oh,
big circles.
we have the maps
This
now.
is
Can you look at all the offices? Are they exactly the same?
yes. Looks that way.
That's so weird.
Yeah. Yeah, everything looks the same to me. And here's where we were before in that room, and now we've been pushed to hallway A by the lobby. Hold on, something happened. We need to stop for at least 30 minutes of side exposition. Well, if you want, if they don't do it, we can stop the stream and do streamer exposition if you want.
This looks like the smoke was just released, right?
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Huh.
The burning sensation vanished, and I was no longer stretching out my arm. Before me was a long corridor that I'd seen before. Okay, so the Sekimeiya has to be kept cold, because if it gets warm, then it does all kinds of fucky bullshit. Is what
it collects heat as energy and changes it to magic power, and then it can be tapped for time travel.
My God. All right. The smoke just released at another 8 hours real time of 1 hour in-game time. All right, we're locked in. Are we locked in? We're locked in. No. My body froze, and I broke out in a cold sweat. A heavy cloak of confusion was cast on me as my heart took off like a rocket. Something had happened to me. Something that I hadn't ever experienced before. When I slowly began to discern my surroundings, I saw that I was in hallway A next to the lobby. I tried to calm down and think. I timidly moved my head and saw the huge shutter blocking my way to the outside world. Around the hallway A door, dark marks left by the smoke were easily noticeable. Next, I moved my legs forward. I was still able to control my whole body. Nothing seemed to have changed in that regard. I moved up to hallway B, which surrounded me with its dark, unsettling scenery and pure silence. New song? Damn. In the right wall, I could see the door of the room I'd been in a few seconds ago. It was closed like all the others. As I gently approached it, I tried to think about what could have happened. However, it was as bizarre as it sounded. I had touched the Sekimeiya and appeared in the lobby. Not only that, but it had been instantaneous. There's your teleporting, I guess. Not a moment of time had seemed to pass before my surroundings changed. I gripped the knob. As soon as I started to open the door, I saw blood. On the floor, Naomi's dead body rested, her face clearly distressed. My senses alerted me of another change. The strange smell didn't appear to exist anymore. I kept looking inside the room. Everyone else had already left it, and the cabinet I'd opened was closed. The haunting atmosphere radiating throughout the room was overwhelming, and it chased me out. I closed the door behind me and made an effort at breathing properly to calm myself down. What the hell was happening?
So we jumped forward, not back. Okay, I thought we had jumped backwards.
Well, maybe. We don't know
we
for
jumped
sure.
Sideways.
Yeah, we don't know for sure where we jumped or when. Touch it again, round 2.
the dead body. It could still be before they found the dead body.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Oh, this could be when what's his nuts saw us down here.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, because he saw us. Yeah, he saw us in the hallway. Was there a blank spot in my memory? Had I forgotten about something past the last memory I had? Nothing made sense. It couldn't make sense. The others had disappeared, and I had, in the blink of an eye, moved from one place to another. Was I knocked out? I had my back against the others when I reached for the Sekimeiya, but wouldn't I remember it? Wouldn't I feel pain in my head if I was hit? And when I realized I was somewhere different from before, I was standing up. If I'd been knocked out, I would have woken up on the floor. No matter how I thought of it, it felt as if no time had passed between the Sekimeiya's touch and the change in what I was looking at. To put it bluntly, it felt as if I had teleported between places. Was this the spoiler you saw?
Yeah, it was Nice. It was. Wait, did I just teleport something like that?
Yeah. However, that was impossible.
I forgot I saw that spoiler.
There must have been a reason why it had felt like that. Good thing I'm here to catalog the spoilers you've seen. I opened the door to the event room. Nothing but a single ugly cabinet was inside. I couldn't see its contents, but I didn't care. I kept looking through every room in the hallway to find the people that should have been there, to confirm that I hadn't been left alone, and to understand what had happened to me.
Wow, the pacing's really picking up now.
Yeah, I know. I opened and closed every door in quick succession until I knew that I was on a desolate floor. Where was Shiroya? In front of me was the elevator door. I wanted to see the others, so I called it. If they were somewhere above me, they would hear the sound and come down to find me.
It was us.
Yeah, it was us. That's right, baby. We called the elevator. She was already dead. After I pressed the button, though, nothing happened. Is it here? I grabbed the handle of the large metallic door. As I'd suspected, I was able to open it. Since I wouldn't be able to draw people down to me, I had to modify my idea. I boarded the tiny elevator and pressed the button for the 6th floor. If anyone could hear it, I hoped they'd be lured. He's so fucking stupid right now.
Wait, hold on. It wasn't us because the elevator was already down here, so someone else did call the elevator.
Oh, okay.
But it was us that went up. Okay.
Oh. It was my second time taking a full 6th floor trip in that gloomy space, and being alone only made it worse. Just what had happened? I'd been accumulating questions since we'd gotten trapped, but the situation I was in surpassed all of them. It was a third version of us? Maybe. Being alone let me look inside the elevator freely. I stared at the red button with the word stop on it. They would usually stop it abruptly, mostly in case someone got stuck on a door. Other times they'd only play a loud alarm throughout the building. On the wall next to it, there was a little paper with instructions detailing how it worked. I took the time to read it, trying to calm myself down. Oh boy. Pressing the stop button will instantly deactivate the elevator and contact an emergency line. It's strictly prohibited to press it without a good reason, and to prevent ulterior uses, the elevator won't be enabled again until a staff member consents. Keep in mind that you're being recorded.
Whoa.
I looked behind me, and sure enough, I saw a small camera in an upper corner with a green light on it. It seemed Ashia had made sure the button would only be used during a real emergency. Regarding the contact line, it was likely it had been nullified by the alarm. The remaining seconds once again left me in awe at how unsettling that small and quiet elevator could get. Even though I could hear the friction of the ropes, that imposing and deep sound that was more than apparent outside couldn't be appreciated well from the interior.
We're going full primer right now. Full primer.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh. Have you seen Primer?
Mm-mm.
I don't know
I
if
have
you
not.
like Primer.
I don't
Primer
know.
is a mindfuck of a movie, yeah.
I went to the highest accessible floor and hastily pushed the door open. The sight was just as I remembered. I remained solitary and was met with another silently overwhelming floor. While I hoped people had heard me and were coming, I had to know whether there was someone around. We'd seen how easy it was to inspect those floors, so I started the same procedure from before. Do you think he's gonna hear himself talking? That'd be fun.
Maybe. Or is Shiroya gonna see him and understand somehow?
Maybe. I looked at the empty left corridor. A door was hiding from my field of vision, but there was nobody to be seen. Then I made my way to the offices to see if they weren't vacant for some reason. There was something I recognized in the first one. The computer we'd powered on earlier still showed a lit screen and an empty prompt to input access information. Without paying any mind to it, I entered the second partition. Being alone meant that I couldn't keep watch over the connecting corridor. In the second and third partitions, my only company was a functioning camera recording my every movement. I sat on a chair and sighed deeply, unraveling at the sudden turn things had taken. Did we not have enough already? What the fuck just happened? 10. My whole body hadn't stopped shaking for a second. I rejected the thought that any of it was real. I left the offices once I felt ready to continue, but I was still hopeless. I was about to repeat my movements on the floors below when I heard a very distinguishable sound coming from my left. Footsteps, and ones I knew I'd heard many times in the past. I turned around and saw Shiroya coming out of the left corridor. I didn't have time to act surprised or throw a bunch of questions at her before she spoke. Oh, you're here. I found something.
Oof.
Completely unfazed, she opened the transparent door and entered the first partition. I was left outside, utterly bewildered. Without looking back, she stepped to the next door. How was that her reaction after seeing me? I was too shocked to follow her. Even though my confusion had only intensified, I was at least glad to see I wasn't alone, and she had appeared from the left corridor. So other him is like chilling here, right? Because he stayed by the elevator to guard it or whatever.
I feel like this is like time is moving too slowly for this. Wasn't it more frantic when it happens?
I thought so, but
Yeah, like Shiroya and Katsuki 1 should be like racing up to beat the elevator at this point, but like she seems like too calm, and I found something. Maybe this is a different time. Maybe we're wrong.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I walked over to it. I knew an extra door was located at the end, so I approached it, wondering if she'd come out of it. But it was still locked and there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Trying to decipher what she said, I ran back to the door of the offices and entered them in a desperate attempt at understanding. The first partition was empty. So was the second one. A chill ran down my spine when the third one didn't appear any different. I froze for a few seconds, questioning what had happened to me and Shiroya. I recalled teleporting from one place to another. She couldn't have disappeared from the offices, could she? I exited them to look at the other corridor. There was nobody there. Dumbfounded, I went down the stairs. There was nobody on the outer part of the 5th floor, so I looked through the partitions. The 3 of them were empty. As I was about to make it out, I stopped myself in the middle partition, far beyond confusion. What the hell was my objective? Hadn't I just found Shiroya and been completely ignored? She'd acted as if I was a ghost and moved on, only to immediately disappear again.
Okay, did Shiroya disappear or did Katsuki disappear? So when he touched the Sekimeiya, did it give him like a I don't know, like 10-minute like time jump and it just expired right then when she went into the thing? So it's not that she disappeared, he disappeared. He flipped forward, time back into the future or whatever, and he just doesn't know it? What?
I don't know. Baldur says we're now at his 2 hour and 30 minutes mark. I'm voting for the you held control down the you held control down club, because that's crazy. I'd been
in take a reading, by the way? It's been a lot.
Yeah, sure, go for it. Yeah, it's been a lot.
I've been in continuous motion since we've gotten trapped, but that was the first time I couldn't settle on an objective to pursue. I took advantage of it to sit on a chair for a little while, attempting to calm my alarmed heart down. Is the computer off now?
I don't know.
But it was useless. I thought about what had happened and felt as I was driving myself crazy. What could I make of Shiroya's behavior after feeling like I'd literally teleported? It was insane, and I feared there was something wrong with me. After a while, I knew I had to continue looking around, but no determination came to me. Since I'd already seen Shiroya, everyone else should have been nearby, so I kept moving down the floors. I went to the 4th floor and looked through it. I slowly moved down to the 3rd and repeated the same process. Everyone's gonna be standing around the dead body and they're gonna be like, how the fuck did you do that? I didn't see any signs of life. I repeated the same inefficient motion and movements on floor 2, and yet again the result was the same. The crystal floor, where my lonely adventure had begun, was the one that remained. Surely anyone would have been able to make it past me while I'd been looking through the offices, so I couldn't even be certain nobody was above me, even less so having spent minutes inside one of them. I didn't know where to begin, but I quickly spotted an obvious point. After peeking at both hallways, I saw an open door in hallway B. It belonged to the room where we found Naomi's corpse, where I'd last seen the others. I approached it, but I couldn't see what was behind it through the small gap. As I approached, I started to hear something. There were voices, ones that sounded shocked. The doorknob was finally in reach. I ignored it, simply pushing the door open, and a very familiar sight appeared before me.
What? How did you... Where the fuck did you go?
Shiroya rushed to me and asked me the same thing. Meanwhile, I looked at the 6 pairs of eyes, focusing their most intense gazes on mine. On the floor, Naomi still lay in her own blood.
That is 11 fucks.
I don't know. What exactly are you asking me?
Just a minute ago, you were looking inside that cabinet. How did you make it out of the room? Who the fuck did he see? How did he see Shiroya up there? Huh.
Just a minute ago? Were they messing with me? There was no way Shiroya would.
I think you're right that he must have just jumped back forward in time.
Yeah, I think it was like a temporary time thing.
Yeah.
The hotter the Sekimeiya, the longer the jump.
Yeah.
The story will end with them just throwing it into Mountain Doom.
Mountain Doom?
You mean to say that I disappeared from in front of the cabinet?
Atsuki, don't fuck around, 12. We don't mean to say that you disappeared. We're asking you how you did it.
I didn't do anything. I touched the Sekimeiya and it instantly appeared in hallway A.
Excuse me?
Didn't they see him blip out of existence?
Yeah.
We were talking about how you were the true culprit of this murder. You clearly did something to shift our focus.
Wait a second, though. What's in this cabinet is not the Sekimeiya.
Huh? I'm certain it was. I touched it and I felt a burn on my fingers.
Not the one we saw earlier, at least. Look.
put his right arm inside the cabinet and removed it, holding an object that looked very similar to the Sekimeiya. What?
Egg. Yeah, that's the only thing that was inside. I have no idea how you made it to the hallway. There's nothing else in the cabinet.
My eyes were still directed at the Sekimeiya in Sai's hand. It no longer glowed at all, and it was gray. I'm telling the truth. What I found in the cabinet looked like the Sekimeiya we'd seen. I saw it glowing in the dark.
It's got to charge up.
I had to explain myself however I could, but I had no concept of what had happened. Is Kate gonna say you're sounding like Naomi with her stupid fucking explanations?
Oh.
Maybe she reached in and touched it, and she teleported.
Oh, and that's why she was all thrown off and weirded out. Oh.
Yeah.
But this thing doesn't glow. Kate says he doesn't know what it is, even though that means nothing. Biggest Kate hater, holy shit.
I'll tell you what I know. This Sekimeiya was never here. Katsuki, let me try to understand what you're saying. You mean that when you touched that thing, you teleported outside? That's what it felt like. Everyone looked skeptical, but they remained quiet. Where's Isla?
Yeah.
You weren't here by that point yet, though. When I found myself in the lobby, I entered this room and only saw Naomi's body on the floor. I went up to the 6th floor to find you and eventually went back down. That's when I just found you here. I felt strangely uncomfortable while I attempted to explain myself. I sounded crazy, and if I wasn't, they were the ones tricking me. The only explanation was that I had been knocked out in some way, and they were acting as if it had just happened a few seconds ago. I understand Kate more and more every second. Isla, still between Irina's arms, looked the least dubious of me, but she still seemed to be trying to process that her friend's prediction hadn't come true.
So, you want to make us believe that you traveled to the past? That's impressive.
To the past, right? That was the conclusion to draw from what I'd said. Not only teleportation, but time travel too. It was a ridiculous claim, even if they'd really seen me disappear. Are you hearing him? I bet you all thought he was innocent before seeing his true colors. You can't honestly tell me you'd believe a word of what he's saying.
And how do you think he escaped from this room? I saw him vanish with my own eyes, and I believe we all did. You told us there's no hidden paths in these rooms.
Tell us, Katsuki, how did you do it? There's a security camera here, so your trick has been recorded. Are you going to claim ignorance and state you traveled to the past? Did I travel to the past? I couldn't have. That's impossible. And
Strap
yet
in,
I
buddy.
did. Why did I? Even if such a thing were possible, would everything hold up?
Oh boy.
I have no idea what caused it, but if the others didn't knock me out, I must have teleported in some way. I guess traveling to the past only adds a bit more impossibility to that. At least one thing would begin to make sense if that's what happened. Earlier, when I looked in this room, Naomi was already dead. Didn't Kate say this? That I was on this floor during the time Naomi died. Through normal means, I wouldn't have been able to be on the crystal floor. I was upstairs, and I would have been noticed if I headed down. This would make it possible. It would be absurd to immediately justify Kate's accusation like this, but it would explain why he decided to make such a nonsensical claim in the first place. It would make a lot of what he said believable, and it also means that it already happened, so
Yeah.
there's no going back to change things. I'd seen it countless times, time travel appearing out of nowhere to construct crazy events. I'd experienced many stories that were ruined by such an exploitable mechanic. Thinking about it, I felt as if the same thing was happening to my reasoning.
Someone in chat said, I think Mouse owes Joe an installment of $1 million because this is getting a little Steins-gatey. It was his idea to read it on stream. I don't owe him shit.
Wasn't my idea to read it, period, though. Oh.
Caps owes us both $1 million.
Capsos is $1 million. That's okay. If I couldn't explain my own experience, that I have to assume that time traveling was possible. Had it been a factor the whole time? I thought about the full sequence of events up until that point. If they were somehow related to time travel, how were we supposed to think about that? What would be more reasonable, to deny its existence and ignore my unexplained experience, or to think that it could be possible? I felt no enthusiasm thinking about either option, so I thought back on the previous few minutes. How would this even work? Whenever time travel comes up, the word paradox is usually thrown all around, Depending on its rules, the way time travel works can greatly differ.
Sorry, I just need a minute. Oh no. Okay, I'm so back.
You're back?
so
You're back?
back.
Okay.
I'm so
All right,
back.
you're back. Okay. All right. One simple type of paradox is the famous going back to the past and preventing your birth. Would you instantly disappear, or would you live a life in a world where you never existed? Either way, the past was changed. On the other side is the bootstrap paradox. You find a key, open a door with it, find a time travel machine inside, use it to go back into the past, and finally place the key on the floor so that your past self can find it. In that case, did the time travel matter at all? The past was not changed, so by traveling back, you only understood how it all came to happen. Essentially, it's a loop without a starting point, and it only occurred because it occurred. That's a concept far from sensible. It could come in handy to justify grand motives in a story, but it's nothing short of completely impractical. I believe that Sai probably has some very strong time travel opinions. Let's hear them. However, no matter how I feel, I think that everything points to this direction, that I have just traveled to the past. I haven't actually changed anything. It seems like I just re-experienced the events I previously lived.
But he did change it because... Okay, whatever.
The starting point seems to have been making physical contact with the Sekimeiya. As nothing that I did once I arrived in the past directly led to my travel, I'm not sure I'd quite perceive it as that kind of paradox.
The reason why Isla got the boy and girl numbers wrong is great vegetables. Oh no. Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no.
Or the reason why the boy-girl numbers are wrong is that they're not wrong. It's because what I said last stream, Sai and Kite are the same person, so they only count as one. He's just how long has he been here for? He's just the older version of Sai.
Chat did point out that they have the same eye color and hair color recently.
That's why I said it last stream too. Yeah, it's for sure. It's for sure. That's it. That's it. We've solved it. We've solved Sekimeiya.
Yep.
Looking ahead though, it seems like I unconsciously repeated the past I had lived with Shiroya. Just a minute ago, you were looking inside that cabinet. According to this, I can draw that I supposedly went back about 20 minutes to the past. That's the time I estimate I spent confusedly looking around for people. By that point, Naomi had already been killed. Shortly after, I took the elevator that was on this floor up to the 6th. This cleanly holds out what we experienced. At that point, the elevator was on the crystal floor, as it had probably arrived there when we heard it on the 5th. Then, when I went up to the 6th, would be when Shiroya and I rushed to follow it up. And then you snap forward in time? What the hell is this? Did I, without being aware of it, replicate the past I'd experienced?
He's so smart.
I feel like he's skipping over a big thing though that happened upstairs when Shiroya vanished.
Yeah.
I think that something curious happened when we chased the elevator up. If the elevator hadn't been empty, we had to assume that whoever went up entered the attic. The only other explanation was that the person inside vanished.
I think he's going through it chronologically instead of by obvious point of what would make him pay attention.
But it seems that what I just went through explains what actually occurred. I got out of the elevator and looked through the 6th floor. The corridor appeared empty and I spent a bit of time inside the offices. As I was there, Shiroya and another version of myself were chasing me. They called the elevator to the 5th floor, but as I saw earlier, that wouldn't have made a noticeable sound from where I was.
At Tuki?
As Tuki?
At Tuki? No, you can't be doing that. You can't be doing that. You can't
Tumari.
fucking be doing that. Tumari, fuck off.
Then, as I remember, the previous me stayed next to the elevator while Shiroya looked through the two main parts of the floor. She also mentioned how she first looked through the opposite corridor.
Oh, this is why everybody's fucking obsessed with this visual novel, Joe. It's because in order to figure out who's doing the murders or whatever, it's someone else used the fucking Sekimeiya to go back in time and kill Naomi, so they have an alibi. So we're gonna have to figure out who was in the room with the Sekimeiya at the time that they could have used to go back and kill her and then stash it in there and left.
And you know what the real fucked up thing part? It was Naomi who went back in time and killed Naomi.
Oh my god.
Yep. Yep. She and I saw each other when I was about to continue looking for people. She was about to look through each partition. That's why she reacted the way she did. From her perspective, I should have been next to the elevator. When she found me, my job still would have worked. From there, you could still prevent anyone from escaping, so she thought I had moved from next to the elevator to outside the offices. So to her, it appeared as if the floor had been empty. She didn't realize that she'd actually seen the person who brought the elevator up. Wait, what? Oh, you're here. Sorry, this is you.
Oh, you're here. I found something.
That was her reaction when she thought I'd slightly moved. Similarly, when she was done investigating, something she said did throw me off a little.
But look, this is what I wanted to show you.
She was referencing that she told me just before that point, unaware that she wasn't talking to the same person. When she reacted coldly to my presence and said she found something in the corridor, I thought I had to look at it, so I went to check. During that time, she confirmed that the offices were empty. I didn't see anything of importance in the corridor because what she had found was the attic door itself. I entered the partitions to demand a further explanation, but she was already talking to the previous me next to the elevator. Okay, I misread this scene then. I thought he didn't follow her into the partition. Okay, whatever. Okay. When I left, the two of them had gone around to inspect the door they just discovered. And later, I spent a few minutes inside the offices at the 5th floor, so I didn't notice Akaro going up or the three of us going down. After a while, I continued looking through every floor until I reached the point I traveled from. Even though I couldn't easily accept such a concept, it neatly explained many things. Was it all a ridiculous coincidence? A trick, maybe?
This is one of those fucking logic puzzle books. Ugh.
Do you intend to answer? And I am here for it. Don't worry. Babe, don't worry. I'll get you through it. Don't worry. I'd briefly fallen silent. Once I thought about the possibility, answers had quickly fallen into place. Something so outlandish certainly sounded impossible under any normal circumstances, but the simple fact was that it had happened to me. Unless there was another explanation I was missing, there was no choice but to accept it. I don't have a reason to deny that traveling to the past seems to be the most likely answer. Rather, it's the only one. Pathetic. You were accusing me of being a bad liar, Sai? If that was truly what had happened, it also meant that Kate had to be the killer.
No, it doesn't, because then there's fucking time travel bullshit.
Yeah,
God, fucking
someone else. Yeah.
Brother, lock in. Come on.
It could still be us. The elevator going up was my doing, so there'd been nobody else on the 1st floor. Nobody had gone to the attic. But a line of reasoning that time travel demolished was another one I created. That was the can of worms that thinking about possibilities involving time travel opened.
Oh, it's gonna take like the Sekimeiya like a specific amount of time to power up. Like it's gonna be like, oh, someone can only use it to time travel every 35 minutes, and so then we're gonna have to go back for 35 minutes before he touched it and see who was available to touch it at that point in time. I'm so.
What if you Sekimeiya time traveled to a point in the past where the Sekimeiya was currently charged up and used it to travel again even further into the past? Ooh. And why did it teleport him somewhere else in the place instead of standing over the Sekimeiya? Or why is it a physical shift instead of time?
That's a good question. I didn't even think about that.
Also, the Earth is moving through space, so like if it's just
Boulder said Homestuck not feeling so unlikable anymore now, is it? Well, if the Earth is traveling through space is a thing, then why wouldn't it time travel you back to just get stuck inside a wall or something? How is it always going to be you're standing on a clear spot?
Exactly. You would just be in space. You just die. Yeah, you're done. Yeah. You're done. Yeah. After all, I had randomly teleported to hallway A. Someone could have been on the same floor, killed Naomi before we thoroughly investigated, and then traveled through time to an entirely different place. There was still one thing I had to keep in mind. The first time the elevator had gone down, it was also me. It was possible someone had been in the attic before we'd heard it. They could have gone down with the elevator, killed Naomi, and then traveled to the past, back inside the attic. Thinking about tight possibilities with such uncertain and volatile mechanics was impossible.
Oh, you're so fucking willing to speculate whenever there's absolutely no basis or anything, but then you get handed something that's actually slightly interesting. You're like, whoa, I don't know about that. That's Sai's job. Fuck off. So according to you, his claim is as bad as or worse than yours, but yours were all easily disproven. Can you give an alternative to what Katsuki's saying? Can you give a plausible alternative to time travel?
we all know that it wasn't Katsuki, but time travel might be possible, so therefore get fucked. Are you going to tell me that because I don't know how he made it out of this small room, he must have time traveled? For the love of God, Sai, and you were trying to act smart?
Well, let me tell you something. If Katsuki didn't time travel, he can't be Naomi's killer. If he did, though, it's still an option.
Oh! Sai and Shiroya had realized the same thing. I was really there by the time she died. Okay, it might happen to explain that Kate saw Katsuki here, but it doesn't make it any less insane. Why not? I think it makes sense.
What? Don't be crazy. We can't use time travel to explain anything.
Why not?
I bet her friend is Mia. Sorry, out of nowhere. I bet her friend is Mia. I say that's a fair question. By the way, it seems Kate was right about something. The Sekimeiya appears to have broken, right?
And is Maya like trapped in the Sekimeiya or time crystal
the Sekimeiya
matrix
verse.
resonance?
Yeah.
So she's slamming behind the bookcase, like crying, making it so that you can find a way to resurrect her somehow. Probably. Yeah. The Sekimeiya. Yeah, we already did that. We already did the Sekimeiya last time. Yeah, the Sekimeiya. We were all taken aback by that question, but we quickly understood what he meant. It had changed colors to a much less pleasant gray. Maybe it gets bigger every time it's used. See, this is all because it was removed from the cabinet. Are you sure? It was still white when I saw it. Go ahead and prove that. Did you just put it there?
Excuse me. Sorry.
Bless you. Did you put it there and just want to avoid facing the consequences?
Shut up, God. This is what Katsuki asked about earlier. It's a function to regulate the cabinet's temperature, is it not?
Yes, but it's set to room temperature.
It's slightly damaged, though. And let's think. Out of all of us, who would hide the Sekimeiya in a place that has a cold temperature function?
Even when I'm proven innocent, you still insist on suspecting me.
This guy was scared out of his mind at his bosses, remember? He would be dumb enough to hide the Sekimeiya here after he told us that story.
Do I have to repeat it? The cold function wasn't activated.
Who cares about that? It was still hidden here of all places. You'd also be the only one to know about the function of the cabinets, right?
What? Didn't Katsuki notice it too? That's why he appeared intrigued by this cabinet while he was being accused, acting as if he'd found the Sekimeiya he hid. I bet he put it there to frame me after I explained the cold rule. That's not at all what happened, and the cameras will eventually prove it. Yes, the cameras. I'm sure they will. For now, let's hurry up and put this thing where it belongs, just in case it's not too late.
Yeah, sure. We can try that.
How many more times is the Sekimeiya gonna go missing in this read-through? Holding the Sekimeiya in his hand, Sai closed the cabinet, which made a metallic sound as if it had locked automatically. Then he left the room, followed by Katai. What about the smell? Why aren't we talking about the smell?
I don't know why we're not talking about the smell.
We should talk about the smell. Droya was still unsure of what to say, and Akaro and Irina both looked at me with uncertainty. We're in front of the event room. I squeezed my eyes shut and rubbed at the bridge of my nose, remembering that someone in the building had actually died. Things were moving too fast. A death, moving through time after touching a gem. Being attracted to Sai, but it would have been even more dangerous to stop thinking. Before I entered the room, I realized that something else went against the theory that Kate hadn't killed Naomi. Sai was holding the Sekimeiya with his hands. However, I recalled feeling a painful burn on my fingers during the split second before I disappeared from the room. At that moment, the Sekimeiya was glowing white, so if that was still the same object, it meant it had changed colors as soon as I traveled. In other words, Sumari, it had powered off. So if anyone had consciously vanished from the first floor after killing Naomi, it should have powered off just like it did when I'd been the one to travel. I couldn't know how it worked, but the fact that I'd seen it glowing might have indicated nobody had traveled before me, that Kate was the only suspect.
All right, so we are at 4 hours. So do you want to keep reading? How are you feeling?
I can read a little bit longer for close to a chapter break. It seems like we're about to put it back in and have a chapter break there, right?
Yeah. What are the a bit more for a decent stopping point? Okay. Do we want to just keep reading then and not do a break? 10 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Let's do
10
that.
minutes. Okay.
Let's do that.
All right. You want me to take over narration until then?
Sure. Go for it.
In addition, the Sekimeiya had been inside a locked cabinet. To travel and lead it inside, the culprit must have had to shut themselves inside it and then touch the Sekimeiya. There was another problem, though. I didn't think about it until we'd all entered the room. Touching the Sekimeiya made me travel to the past. Ignoring how an item with such an obvious power could have made it to a place where they'd let us touch it, something directly contradicted its powers. Earlier, Ayla had touched it inside its cabinet, and so had Shiroya. Following that, Sai even took it out of the cabinet while holding it with his hands, and none of them teleported at all. He's really gotta catch up, man.
Yep.
Was I the difference? Since I hadn't touched it. Oh, wow. Since I hadn't touched it back then, I couldn't discern whether the differing factor was the person to touch it or something about the Sekimeiya itself. Maybe it wasn't actually powered off. It could be that Sai couldn't travel.
Can I touch it again?
Of course. Of course, have at it.
Oops, I dropped it. Oh no, let me just bend over and pick it up.
He handed me the gray gemstone. I felt no burn and I remained where I was. However, I was able to appreciate the smooth surface of the Sekimeiya, which definitely hadn't disappeared with its beautiful white.
You're putting on such a pathetic show. You should know that. You're beginning to get on my nerves. I know how crazy I sound, but if anyone's putting on a pathetic show from the start, it's been you.
Oh, he caught you.
This is unbelievable. Put it in the cabinet already.
I didn't want to argue further, so I opened the glass covering and placed it inside. The colder temperature became easily noticeable as I left it on top of the cushion. Then I closed it again, and everyone remained staring at the mysterious source of the day's incident. Oh.
Is it glowing?
What? Did it change back?
Maybe if it's cold, you go forward, and if it's warm, you go back.
Whoa.
Oh, it did? Yeah, it's white.
We all saw it firsthand. A couple seconds after I put the Sekimeiya in the cabinet, it regained its old white glow. That's interesting. The temperature brought it back.
That's it then. We must not take it out of here until the front door opens. It's clear that it will bring us a bunch of issues with Ashiya.
Kite, this thing made Katsuki travel through time. Can you shut up for a second about goddamn Ashiya?
Yep.
You were right. The cold fixed it, so isn't it strange? According to your story from earlier, the original discoverer of the Sekimeiya realized the cold was needed. This can send you to the past. They must have certainly touched and tried all sorts of things to keep it stable. Could they have not noticed its power?
What power? Kid, this thing will not send you to the past. Something like that is impossible.
I wonder if it makes you go back further the longer that it sits in the cold, and the first person, or depending on how cold it is. And so when they dug it out of the ground, someone just got yeeted like 2,000 years in the past.
Oh, that would be good. It charges the
sick.
power. How is he not touching it again? Didn't we touch it earlier? Isla definitely held it and nothing happened to her. That's true. Why didn't it make me go anywhere? Ooh. Because it's just a gemstone.
Well, it appears to have fixed itself. Shall we test it?
I'm beginning to wonder if you process any of what I say. We're not taking this out of here again.
Okay, sure thing. Sai's insincere reply left us with a few seconds of silence. Irina was the first one to break it. Isn't that a lock? I tilted my head to look at where Irina was pointing. Under the keyhole on the left side of the cabinet, there was a small arrow directed to the word unlocked, with locked right under it.
That's just indicating the status of the cabinet, right? Let me see.
With a finger, I rotated the dial. It didn't appear to move at first, but as soon as I applied a bit of pressure, it gave out and locked itself into place with a click.
Did that do it?
Sai next to the glass tried to scroll it down. I think so. I did hear a sound coming from here. I attempted to set it back to unlocked, but it was impossible. You must actually need the key for that. So we can lock it manually, but not unlock it again. That's almost fair.
You fool!
Kite, you work here, right? Did you not know about this mechanism with how much you've insisted to keep the Sekimeiya inside?
I didn't. It seems changes were made to this cabinet, as the others don't possess this function.
Thank God the Sekimeiya is safe now that it's in the locked cabinet. The story is over and nothing else will happen for sure. We wait for 11 hours and go home. Yeah, seems right.
Nothing ever happens.
Yeah, slice of life for the next 11 hours. Well, congratulations, you did it. Now we'll have to keep it here for the remainder of the day. Ashiya will be pleased. Since we'd evidently not looked through the cabinet well enough, I inspected it further. Shortly, I noticed something else.
There's an outlet behind it, and the cabinet's connected to it. Of course, it's needed for the temperature regulation. Every cabinet with that function has to be connected to a power supply. Whoa, what happened there? Did the music cut out?
Yep. It had already happened a few times, but once again, the immediate shock of hearing something we couldn't have heard infested the room. From outside, we all distinctly heard the sound of a door closing. That was a door, right? Shit, there's actually someone else here. We all hurried to open the right door, but we were stopped by Sai. You're totally good. What are you doing? Someone look at hallway A, too. The staircase is there, so we can't all leave from here. Sai, Shiroya, and Akaro exited through the right door since they'd been next to it. I'd been to the left of the cabinet, so I went with the others through the left door. As
Just
usual,
unplug it and unlock Sekimeiya. Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah, like if you unplug it and unlocks, I'll be really fucking
so
mad.
Funny. As usual, hallway A appeared empty. We'd continuously done the same thing, but it seemed we had to search it one more time. Was it really possible a hidden culprit had remained unspotted for that long? The question had already come back. Looking through the whole tower left me exhausted, so I moved to the lobby door to make sure nobody was there and to keep watching the hallway. The atmosphere continuously shifted in the span of a few seconds. After looking at the empty hallway C, Irina and Isla entered every room together while Kate checked through some others to speed up the process. My position guaranteed that nobody could come out of a room while the others were busy inspecting them. I sighed deeply. If nothing was found in either of the two hallways, would we have to move upward once again and look through every floor? The door we'd heard couldn't have closed on its own. Done after this Atsuki monologue when Sai is on screen? Okay. Surprisingly, the others were taking a while with every room, as they knew that they all contained cabinets with empty interiors big enough to fit a person. While I stared ahead, I realized that making such an obvious sound seemed to defy the persistent stealth of the culprit. About 10 minutes later, the search in our hallway concluded. I could hear that Isla, who was still holding up surprisingly well, had slowed them down, constantly asking to stay with the gems for longer. My group came to me and reported the result I'd already seen. The mechanical room still remained unchecked, so since I'd stayed put, I told them to make sure nobody appeared in the hallway while I went to inspect it myself. On the way, I looked at the few drawers the reception desk had, which were only filled with papers. Downstairs, I was reminded of the fact that such an off-putting place existed on that same floor. Being alone there was much different from the time I'd looked through it with Sai, and when I considered that I was searching for a hidden culprit that could easily catch me off guard, tension constricted my body once more. Fortunately, it wasn't a big space, so confirming it was empty was easy. I went back up to see my group where I'd left them, and I saw the others were by the end of hallway B. I approached my group first. Irina told me nothing had happened in hallway A, so we regrouped in C. There he is. That's it. We're done.
That's it? We're not going to see who it was?
Nothing.
Aww.
Nothing.
Now I have to wait until next Sunday for
the Mouse The Sekimeiya has spoken.
No. I think the Mouse The Sekimeiya is controlling these streams a little bit too much and is making us stop when we would want to continue. I think maybe that it's unsatisfying and maybe there should be no mouse.
No mouse? Are we being backseated by the witch of the streams? It's so funny that we've memed on Marvel so hard on this stream that we're getting constant Marvel ads, apparently.
Start your own stream, maybe? Yeah, I'm gonna read it secretly on my own stream without Mouse knowing. Yeah, I'm just gonna continue.
All right,
Time to turn boyfriend down. Oh, okay, all right. So here I'm just boyfriend. All right, I see. I understand.
Your
okay,
boy
all
mouse is what they told me.
Boy mouse.
Yeah, your boy mouse. Can we turn Sai up? I would love to. I love that there's 18 pages of save slots, even though you can jump back to any spot in the story with the search tool. They're just being considerate for the 18 rereads we're gonna do. My humor is very Marvel coded. What did I do to you, August? August has been cruel to me this week. Did you know that?
Really?
Yeah. I don't know what I did.
Do you want me to demod them as punishment?
Yeah, maybe, but who's gonna pin things then?
That's true.
You can't beat me to making every poll. You can't beat me to making every poll.
Also, resident Sonic the Hedgehog expert. We don't want to lose that person.
You just need to stream on YouTube again, so that Sonic person can come out.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Well, thank you, Mephit, for subbing, and I think we're done until next Sunday. I will be doing at least one extra stream of Expedition 33 this week. I think next stream will be Tuesday, so we'll go back to France on Tuesday.
Given what you've seen of that game so far, do you think I would like it?
Yes.
I would. Okay. Do you think it would make good streams? Maybe I should stream it next year or something?
I don't know yet. I mean,
sure.
it's hard to predict what will make good streams with you. It's definitely been a good stream game for me, but that's like partially because it's new and fancy.
Wait, what? Does Joe know you wish he was French?
No, I never said that. I never said that. Clearer, putting words in my mouth.
Wow.
Yeah, I think you'd like it, but it would be average streams. I agree with Ampersand. Like, there's not a lot of like it's pretty on rails. Like, there's not a lot of fucking around to be done. I think you would want to like pay attention to the game itself more than like, you know, like riffing with chat and stuff.
Okay, oh, that'd be fine then. All right.
Yeah,
Well, another stream of Sekimeiya done, my darling. Was it good?
Yeah, it was great. Thanks, babe. We'll see you all next Sunday. Thanks for coming out. See you soon. Oh, who should we raid? I keep forgetting to raid. Who do we raid? Let's see who's live. Triken live. We're Kraken. Your housemate's not live. Kraken's live. One of the creators of Noida is streaming Noida. I already typed Kraken. I'm sorry. All right, here we go. Thanks for stopping by.
See you later, everyone.
And goodbye to everyone else.